Oh, ho, 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 ho. Hello, minions. Hello, everybody. My adorable little minions. How are you today? I am here to play more Umineko, which has been very intriguing so far. We got a lot of deaths last time. It seems you've been forcibly conscripted into the Rose Rabbit Army. Well, good for you, Collapse Vigil. Welcome. I see you have, yes, a sub icon. You are my sub now. I think, you maybe got gifted it last stream. I'm not 100% sure. But welcome all the same, and welcome Griffith from Berserk. I loved your role in Berserk. I'm very excited to play more Umineko because... Or I guess read more Umineko? Whatever, however you want to think of it. It is a video game of a sort. Everybody gets into fights over like whether visual novels count as video games. I don't really care. It is a computer program that is displayed on my screen at this moment, and we will enjoy it together. This caster is getting killed off fast, isn't it? Last week, whoever's behind this, the witch Beatrice, if you like to think, could be fake, who knows, got Eva and Hideyoshi, my favorite MILF, gone. I hate to see it. I was from Shootin' Dragoon, your gift sub was. Well, thank you, Shootin' Dragoon, for gifting Collapse Vigil a gift sub if you're here. So we lost Hideyoshi and Eva, and then like a minute later we lost our twink. We lost Canon too. He's like, he ran into the basement. He's like, "I defy you, witch," and then he got stabbed in the heart. So it didn't really go well for him. So we're down a majority of our cast now. I'll have to double check when we get into the game, but I think it's just Natsuhi and the kids now. Griffith from Berserk, thank you for using your Prime sub on me. Congrats on becoming a sub. My sub. Welcome to the fold. Welcome to the Rose Rabbit Army. Or rather, welcome to... a higher rank in the Rose Rabbit Army. Summer of Games has been crazy, says Pyropoyo. First, Devolver announced they'd be bringing Umineko to the PS5, and then Jeff Keighley revealed he'd be voicing Battler in the dub. What a day. I know. It's pretty wild, but I feel like Jeff Keighley will do an excellent job in the role of Battler Ushiromiya. It was a wild announcement. It was so exciting. That's why I'm playing Umineko right now, is that the PS5 version was announced at the Summer of Gaming show hosted by Jeff Keighley, who then immediately after announced that he was cast in the dub role for Battler. It's an exciting time. A lot of exciting Summer Games announcements going on. It's very cool that Devolver announced that they're doing the PS5 port themselves. It'll have new sprites completely redrawn by the very talented artist Pt.5, and it'll go well. Griffith from Berserk cheered 100 bits, saying they dropped them. Sorry. You can apologize all you want, but you're not getting them back. They're mine now. I picked them up. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to the Pt.5 illustrations in the new version of Umineko. It's an unprecedented but wonderful collaboration is between Suda and Ryukishi. He really did kill the past. No, Pyropoil, I also like that part too, where it just turned into Hotline Miami. Battler had the jacket from Drive on for some reason. Battler's definitely one of the guys who would look at Ryan Gosling and say he's just like him for real. It was pretty cool when there was like a Carpenter Brute arrangement of of a Umineko song, though. That was pretty cool. It was pretty surprised Carpenter Brute signed up for that. It's pretty cool, though. But that's why we're playing the original Umineko today, to see what the differences will be between this original version and the Devolver port that'll be coming soon. Look forward to that. Let's continue where we left off, which was right after Canon got. The poor little twink got stabbed by the witch. You hate to see it. I returned to the boiler room along with Aunt Natsuhi and told everyone weakly that we hadn't found anything. We heard that Dr. Nanjo and George Aniki had carried Kanon-kun to the servant room. The servant room had a first aid kit and a sink, and could apparently function as a nurse's office. Kumasawa-san and Jessica had accompanied them. Stains from Kanon-kun's blood remained on the floor. Judging by the large amount of blood lost and the ruthless shape of the weapon that had fallen carelessly to the ground, I figured that Dr. Nanjo's treatment would probably end in vain. That weapon was doubtlessly the same type that had been stuck in Aunt Ava and Uncle Hideyoshi's foreheads. But wait, isn't the demonic design on the handle a little different? There seemed to be some small differences in that part. Still, as far as their overall shape was concerned, the weapons were all of the same type. Though it had seemed brutal, we'd left the weapon stuck into Aunt Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi to preserve the crime scene, the scene of the crime. So this was the first time we were able to have a perfect view of the entire weapon. As we had expected, the weapon was not bladed like a knife, but shaped like an ice pick, or rather a thin stake. And it had a spiral-shaped pattern, sort of like a drill. It looked like something that might be driven into the hearts of human sacrifices in some demonic ritual. Including the handle, it was 25 centimeters long. Half of that was a stake-shaped part, which was stained with deep red blood. The length of the blood-stained part made it clear just how deeply it must have penetrated into Kanon-kun's chest. Why did you bring the 9-year-old in here to look at this? That's not okay. I think exposing children to violence can be funny, but like, that's me. Why did the characters in this game, do that? But Aunt Natsuhi and the rest didn't even look at the weapon, and instead stood in front of the incinerator, where the horrible stench was emanating from. Oh yes, I'm sure there's only good things in there. They must have dragged out that thing which had been burned in the furnace. It was still smoldering and kept sending out dense waves of that awfully unpleasant smell. Genji-san and Moria stared down at it. Aunt Natsuhi probably couldn't stand to look directly at it. She kept shaking her head, her back to it. Oh boy, I wonder who... Oh, I'm sorry, what it is. I thought nothing could surprise me after everything that's happened, but this is... Ugh. I stood there for a while moaning with a rising urge to vomit. The true source of that unearthly stench was a scorched corpse that had been cooking inside the incinerator. Who wants hamburger? Grill 'em up. The clothes, the surface of the body, and their hair was all hideously burned. Butler moaning? Sorry, but it's not that way. If you want to hear Butler moaning that way, you might be in the wrong place. Did I say Butler? Battler. He's not a butler, he's Battler. That grotesque corpse was in a state where not the face, nor the age, nor even the gender could be guessed at. When I thought about it calmly, I realized that a corpse appearing at this time could only be one person. It was Grandfather, who had disappeared that morning and whose whereabouts had been unknown. Yeah, there's only... I was like, who is it? And because I had forgotten about Kinzo. He had just totally disappeared. So I guess this is the only person it could be, is Kinzo. Well, congratulations, Battler. You're the inheritor. Everybody else is gone, and Natsuhi is behind you in line. Good job, Battler. The fortune is yours. Everybody else who could get it in front of you is dead. Oh wait, no, I guess... Wouldn't it be Jessica? It would be Jessica. Aunt Natsuhi, with her handkerchief over her mouth and her eyes averted, pointed and told him to look at the burnt corpse's feet. Yeah, it would be Jessica. It would be Jessica, wouldn't it? Yeah, they kept talking about how she was next in line. Like, that's why she was being raised a particular way by Kraus and Natsuhi. That's right, it is Jessica. Well, I wonder who will be next to go. Aunt Natsuhi, with her handkerchief over her mouth and her eyes averted, pointed it and told me to look at the burnt corpse's feet. Yeah, I guess it would be Jessica's husband, really. She had, like, some romantic thoughts about marriage before, but I don't know if Jessica's spite for her family might override that and she'll just say, no, I'll never marry anyone. Wait, was 6 toes a thing Kinzo had? Just as Genji-san had said, there were 6 toes on each foot. What? Each individual toe had looked so normal in its line that I hadn't noticed. What? What? Kinzo was a genetic freak? What? Wait, how are those two things related? Why are you the head of the Ushiromiya family if you have 12 toes? Polydactyly. That just sounds like an inbreeding thing. Polydactyly literally means many fingers. Because of a little mistake by God when the person is born, one of their toes or fingers splits into 2, and the total number increases. But a big deal isn't usually made of polydactyly in the world at large. That's because it isn't a disease, just something people are born with. So while they are still babies, at about the time they turn 1 year old, they can be taken to the hospital and given a surgery to make them normal. Even a child with polydactyly can be treated before they become aware, so they might not even remember it themselves. By the way, it seems that there's a possibility for this to occur in one out of every 2,000 babies. So even though it's not usually seen, it isn't that rare at all. Oh, okay, so it might not be an inbreeding thing. And they did say, yes, Collapse Vigil, I was going to bring that up. They did say that, like, the reason Kinzo wasn't originally in line for the, to take the head of the family in the first place was because he's from a more distant branch. So, I guess it's just a random defect. Speaking of which, I think Uncle Hideyoshi mentioned something to me long ago. Something about how even Toyotomi Hideyoshi, the man who unified Japan at the end of the Sengoku period, had 6 fingers on each hand, or on one hand. According to Aunt Natsuhi, among the many Ushiromiya family heads, the ones most praised for their wisdom all had polydactyly. Because of that, when grandfather was born, his relatives were all excited at the thought that he might become another wise leader. And when the leading relatives all died in the Great Kanto earthquake, it was apparently argued that grandfather should be the one to restore the family because of the auspicious sign of his birth. That is a weird superstition to have. If grandfather hadn't disliked his position as the head so much, this 6-toe probably would have been pretty lucky for him. Come to think of it, I've heard about some country where it's believed people with polydactyly should be treated as gods and revered. I don't know if that's a thing, or what country it could be. This is besides the point, but it's fairly common in mystery novels for a corpse to be burned to hide its identity. But I guess that in grandfather's case, just toasting him wouldn't be enough. And grandfather's body was not simply burnt. It was just like Aunt Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi, and the thing that had been stabbed into Kanon-kun's chest. One of those demon's ice picks was stuck into his forehead. Uh-oh, spooky. Oh boy, I wonder what our good old Kinzo... I was wondering if they would do something weird to his sprite. I guess so. Why didn't Canon update? Weird. I guess it's because he's not technically dead yet. They haven't confirmed it. Kenzo got ketchup spilled all over him. He got grilled and then a bunch of ketchup was put on him. It's a little too much. You wipe out all the grilled flavor. So yeah, that's all we've got is... All that's left is Natsuhi, the kids, and the servants, Nanjo, Genji, and Kumasawa. All of these guys, they all got.
昨夜の手紙の通りということですか。お父様、さぞやご無念でしょう。
Would he? This seems like what he wanted. Natsuhi-san let her head droop and closed her eyes tightly. This room had also become a vital crime scene for us to hand over to the police. It was decided that we would leave Grandfather's corpse here and lock the room, sealing it. It isn't clear when Grandfather's corpse started burning in the incinerator, since, according to Genji, the strength of the flames hadn't been that strong. The body must have started burning a long time ago. Oh, so it makes sense that he's just been cooking in here. What was she cooking? What was Beatrice cooking since he disappeared? So that stench could slowly creep out of the furnace and fill the room bit by bit, eventually pouring out and climbing up the staircase. Asmodem resumed insult. Oh my gosh, Asmodem, you're just quite the masochist, aren't you? You're always, like, the last 3 streams in a row, you've redeemed the insults. Never compliments for you, huh? You're such a groveling little worm. It's almost endearing, but not quite. Not even good enough to step on. I'm sorry, this line distracted me. It's really funny. Putting aside whether he was rare or well done, Grandfather had been brought out, killed, and burned, even though he had started out locked away in the closed room created by his auto-lock. There's probably no doubting this. This dude got cooked, literally. What was she cooking? Fucking raw. Why is anime Michael Caine on the screen? This is Genji. He's a butler, so I guess it makes sense. Though this was made way before the Batman movies, the Nolan Batman movies, where Michael Caine was Alfred. So I don't think it's intentional. We're reading Umineko. A lot of people just got murdered. Look at all the ones in red are the list of murdered people. We just found a cooked guy in the incinerator. However, according to Genji-san, the boiler room is usually locked. Why did I let them get all killed? I didn't. It's a visual novel. I can't make the decisions here. The possibility that someone outside our group had snuck in and committed the crime was overwhelmingly high. No, this is not one of those VNs where I can save everybody. There's no choices or anything. It's just, you're along for the ride and that's all. This isn't like Ace Attorney where I can investigate the room in like a point-and-click thing. It's just, you just read. The possibility that someone outside our group had snuck in and committed the crime was overwhelmingly high, and there was also a good chance that this person was walking around with something like a master key. After all, the doors and windows throughout the mansion had been checked, but despite that, the culprit was able to strut around the mansion freely. Umineko episode 1 was August 2007. God, Genji might have been just based on Alfred's uncle, like, Michael Caine's Alfred then. Oh, I like this spooky music. Does this crime confirm that a 19th person exists? There's still that contradiction, since they're trying to tout their existence without ever showing themselves once. Along with Kyrie-san's chessboard theory, I've been using this contradiction to deny the existence of a 19th person. By spinning the chessboard around once more. You're gonna read that a lot, by the way. If you didn't know. He's gonna say this a lot. Stuff about spinning the chessboard. The very fact that this crime makes it perfectly obvious that a 19th person exists means that the existence of the 19th person is even less plausible. As long as that 19th person doesn't show themselves in front of us. If the culprit could get grandfather out through the door sealed by the receipt, if they could kill Aunt Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi from the other side of a door sealed by a chain, then could they possibly go so far as to create a fictional 19th person through strange tricks and devices? If we still want to believe that the culprit is among the 18, then the list of suspects has grown very short. The four of us kids, Aunt Natsuhi, Genji-san, Kumasawa Ba-chan, and Dr. Nanjo. One of these people has to be the culprit. Yeah, exactly, Sweet Creamy. This isn't a VN with like choices or like routes. The gameplay experience of Umineko seems to be trying to. It's a very parlor mystery thing where you try to solve the mystery before the characters do. It's kind of like I compared it to Knives Out, even though there's a lot of different things going on in that. But Knives Out is like a movie where, as you're watching, you can try and solve the mystery before the characters. And like the description for episode 1 literally says, don't think too hard yet. You haven't gotten all that you need. Wait, we can't be sure of that. Just a second ago, we started doubting whether the corpse here was actually grandfather's, right? Maybe we can think of the other bodies in the same way. For example, the first 6 all had their faces horribly smashed. Some of the bodies had kept enough of their faces for us to confirm who they were, but that old bastard, for example, had lost his entire face as though the whole thing had been neatly peeled off. We only figured out which body was which by their clothes and surroundings. Did the culprit prepare a fake body beforehand and alter it to make it look like they died, even though they were actually hiding somewhere after committing the crime? It may sound ridiculous, but it wouldn't be an impossible trick to pull off. It's too early to give in to this 19th person. No, this witch.
Maria-chan, それ以上しげしげと見てはなりません。
Yeah, why did we bring the 9-year-old in here again?
さあ、バトラ君も
Into the scene of 2 murders?
カノンの容体も気になりますし、いつまでもこのようなところにはいられません。戻りましょう。
Oh. Maria didn't go out with everyone else, but remained in the boiler room. The thing she was staring so fixedly at probably wasn't grandfather's body, but the demon's ice pick sticking out of his forehead. It was probably the sort of item that an enthusiast couldn't bear to ignore. I tapped her on the head.
Oi, Maria. Beatriceの目的は何だ?
Beatrice.
俺たち全員の命か?
Oh, she's hyperfixating again.
ベアトリーチェはもうすぐ蘇るんだよ。その時、誰も生き残れはしない。
Yeah, that's what the riddle says. When everybody's dead, the witch will be revived.
自分だけ蚊帳の外だと思ってるのか? どうして自分の身に危機が迫っていると感じない? どうして怯えない?
ベアトリーチェは約束してくれたもん。マリアは黄金鏡へ連れて行ってもらえるんだよ。
She said she would, so she will.
そこはね、
Never known to lie.
しがらみも何もないすべての人たちがずっと一緒にいつまでも優しくし合っていける素敵な場所なんだよ。マリアは楽しみだよ。その時はもうすぐだもん。
Okay. Whatever you say, you tiny child. Just what kind of person is Maria? I only know what Maria was like 6 years ago when she was 3. She was once pure and obedient, a good kid. This new Maria 6 years later and the Maria I knew didn't seem to fit together. Just who is she, this witch who calls herself Maria? To Maria, who obstinately believes in the witch, this series of unsolvable crimes is proof that the witch actually exists. Every time something occurs that would be difficult for a human, it becomes a little harder for the rest of us to not believe in Beatrice. It must be an intense pleasure for Maria to see her relatives, who once firmly denied the witch's existence, start acknowledging that witch's existence one by one. Is that why she's in high spirits?
マリア
I should bop her on the head again. Bop her on the head again,
もう一遍だけ
Battler.
聞くどうせ答えは同じだろうがもう一遍だけ聞く
Ooh.
お前は昨日バラ庭園で手紙をもらった
She's just gonna say Beatrice again. Why would she change her answer?
だからベアトリーチェバトラがまだ信じないおお
Witches are dumb. Maria only repeated what she had already said. Maria met with the 19th person, the witch. Which, was that really a 19th person, or did one of the 18 just get her to say that? All that's certain is that Maria has been with the rest of us constantly, has always had an alibi, and hasn't done anything suspicious. Yeah, let's start believing this 9-year-old is doing the murders. She's simply overjoyed at being made Beatrice's messenger, and certainly isn't the 19th person. Supposedly. That's right. I wonder what's written in the letter we picked up in Aunt Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi's room. Oh yeah, we didn't read that. That's probably important. We should probably read that. Aunt Natsuhi should still have it with her. Got to explore all avenues. That's what they said in that one case from Apollo Justice where they're like, yeah, this like 12-year-old kid could have shot this giant hand cannon without shattering his arms. Do I think there's 19 or 18 people? That is a tough question. I'm starting to err towards 19 because, like, it just seems increasingly unlikely that anyone in the family could have done this and not been caught in some way. And it's a big island, you know? It's a big island. Anybody could have been hiding on this island. In the end, Kanon-kun did not regain consciousness, even though Dr. Nanjo and the rest did all they could to heal him. Of course, there was very little that could be done on an island like this without medicine or proper facilities. However, Kanon was the only human ever to confront the culprit. If only he could give us some kind of clue. However, at the time they carried Kanon away, it was already too late. That child is dead. We've lost our twink. My sincere apologies.
あのような重傷を設備のないところではどうしようも。
いえ、無理もないことです。最善を尽くしてくださり。
I think this is the first time we've seen Natsuhi's sprites without her holding the gun. It's been a long time since she put down that gun. Dr. Nanjo's shirt had been sprayed by a violent spurt of blood, so it was easy to imagine the devotion with which he had tried to save Kanon's life up until the last second. Jessica was crouched in the corridor, crying softly. She had probably been taking care of Kanon-kun until the moment of his death. George Anaki tried to approach her with words of comfort, but when Jessica pushed him away, he stopped trying to force her to talk and left her alone.
私がカノンさんを一人で行かせなければ。
気に病むことはない。
Poor Kumasawa. I like her.
仮に一緒だったら熊沢も襲われていたかもしれん。それに愚かにも先走ったゆえの自業自得。
Is this how Genji copes, like trying to detach himself?
そんな言い方ってねえぜ。カノン君は犯人の姿を見つけて誘拐に立ち向かったんだ。熊沢さんも一緒だったら犯人は躊躇して逃げることを選んだかもしれない。
I really don't think so. I think Kumasawa would have just gotten an ice pick in herself too. Emotion-filled words that I had never thought I'd hear coming from Jessica's mouth tumbled out. Kumasawa, looking truly sorry, could do nothing but hang her head.
シシカ、今は言葉をかけるべきじゃない。僕だって。そして バトラ君もだろう。もう何が何だかわからなくて。
Yeah, the only one of the staff that's not like a not pretty okay is Goda, and he got what he deserved. Goda kind of deserved it. The rest of them are good. There were tears in George Oniki's eyes again. Seeing Jessica break down crying probably brought back the pain of losing his parents. I'd done my crying all at once, so I didn't feel like crying anymore. However, I understood how great the pain in their hearts was.
大丈夫だよジェシカ。
What did you miss in the last 5 minutes? Kanon was confirmed dead. Nanjo couldn't save him. That's pretty much it. Oh, also, the one that was cooking in the incinerator was Kenzo. What? Fuck Kanon. Kanon was fine. What's your problem with Kanon?
カノンにだってまたすぐ会えるよ。
You hated early Kanon? He did nothing
よし
wrong.
てくれよ。そういう慰めはいらねえぜ。
ベアトリーチェは死者も失った愛すらも蘇らせる。
Okay.
だからきっとすぐに会えるよ。
I really don't think this is the best time to be saying this.
みんなで穏やかに過ごせるから。
カノン君を殺したのがマリアに昨日手紙を渡したっていうベアトリーチェなのか。そいつはどこにいるんだよ。
Get her ass.
どこに隠れてるんだよ。私が見つけて引き裂いてやる。
Whoa.
言えよ。
With your bare hands.
犯人の正体を。お前は何を知っていて何を隠してるんだ。
Yeah, get that 9-year-old.
話しやがれ。
お嬢様、おやめください。
ベアトリーチェはいる。
That was really my ears. Babies in my ears.
ケンジさん話せよ。マリアが犯人を知ってる。しかもそいつは知ってて隠してるんだ。そして俺たちの内情を伝えて殺しの手引きをしてるに違いないんだぜ。
ジェシカ、静かにしなさい。
Jessica grabbed at Maria. Genji tried to stop her, but Jessica could not be calmed. The next thing I heard was the sound of Aunt Natsuhi slapping Jessica's face. Whack! We must kill the child. I'm always up for being rude to children. After that, only Jessica's sorrowful, sobbing voice resounded throughout the hall.
マリアちゃん、僕は君が断じて犯人ではないことを知っている。君はいつも僕たちと一緒にいたし、だから聞かせてほしい。君に昨日手紙を渡したベアトリーチェとは誰なんだい？
Although those words seemed kind, they clearly showed that George still had some remaining doubts about Maria. He didn't actually grab at her. However, he felt exactly the same way Jessica did.
兄貴、同じことは俺もさっき聞いたぜ。返事は同じさ。
マリアちゃんの口から聞きたい。ベアトリーチェとは誰なんだい？
I feel like he's phrasing the question in a way that will get a different response.
言ってもどうせ信じない。
それはどういう意味だい？ひょっとして僕らのよく知る人物が犯人で、君は何かの事情からそれをかばうために黙っているというのかい？
Oh?
君はあの手紙を誰にもらったんだい？
ベアトリーチェにもらったんだよ。
Oh no, she did the voice change again.
何度だって言う。手紙はベアトリーチェにもらった。ジョージお兄ちゃんがベアトリーチェを信じないのは殴れる相手じゃないから？
Oh, I don't know if that's true. We just haven't tried hard enough. I mean, there's a fighting game.
ジョージお兄ちゃんはやるせない気持ちを暴力に変えて誰かにぶつけたいと思っている。
Clearly, we can beat someone up if there's a fighting game.
だから殴れる相手が人間じゃなきゃ収まりがつかない。だからそんなジョージお兄ちゃんには真実を話しても受け入れられない。だから言っても無駄。信じない。でもマリアは何度も言うよ。真実だから言うよ。
It's the truth.
ベアトリーチェはね。い
Really?
るの。
You keep putting that in like scare quotes. So it has to have more meaning than just like
本境の扉はもうすぐ
Literal.
開かれるよ。
whenever you do that where it's like it's in quotes like that, I'm like, I don't believe you. I should be taking what you say at face value.
マリアはそこに行くの。ベアトリーチェが約束してくれたの。その世界ではママも優しくてパパも一緒で優しいの。マリアは早くそこへ行きたいの。みんなはベアトリーチェのことを恐れている。そしてそれは無理もないことだけど、なら安心して。ベアトリーチェは言ってたよ。台風が去るまでに全てを終わらせるからって。
Oh, did she? That's important. Yeah, bop her
饒
again.
舌なマリアも嫌いじゃねえが、とりあえずはそのくらいにしとけ。
I love that she's always just like, ow, stop it, when Battler just like boops her on the head for being annoying.
魔女はいるいる言ってたお前にとってさぞや現状は愉快だろうが、とりあえずそいつはお前だけで噛み締めとけ。他人にまで押し付けるんじゃねえ。
こいつ前から気持ち悪い。
Yeah, Battler's smug smile is really funny.
おかしいぜ。どっかおかしいぜ。バトラは思わねえのかよ。ケンジさんは
I don't know why he's got fangs, but I've noticed other characters do. I think it's just a weird Ushiromiya family trait.
熊沢さんは母さんはどうだよ。マリアは犯人の正体を知ってて隠してる。確かに直接手を下してるわけじゃない
Because
かも
like
しれない。
Maria and Jessica have them too in some sprites.
でも間違いなく犯人の一味だぜ。そうさ、スパイさ。私たちと一緒になんかいさせられないぜ。
マリアちゃん、不謹慎な話を慎むべき時もあることを知りなさい。
Fangs are objectively good, I agree with you, but
こ
I
れ以
just
上
I wonder if there's any justification for it or if it's just like that. Aunt Natsuhi glared at Maria with frightening eyes. Maria was used to Aunt Rosa's loud style of scolding, but she apparently hadn't built up a resistance to Aunt Natsuhi's quiet sort of scolding. She shrugged and kept her mouth shut. A desolate feeling filled the room. It felt as though things would just get more complicated if anyone spoke. How many people have already died? 6 people in Dad's group. After that, both Aunt Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi, Kanon-kun, grandfather. There are a whole 18 people on this island, supposedly, and 10 of those people have been killed. That's more than half of us. And right now, there's absolutely no proof that the remaining 8 people will be safe. Yeah, Maria has no oh, there, she's got the gun again. Maria has no defense against passive aggression. Which Aunt Nazi is just all passive aggression.
犯人が神出鬼没に屋敷内を出入りしていることが間違いなくなった今、私たちは明日まで身を守ることだけに専念しなくてはなりません。
夏日おばさんに極めて同感だぜ。犯人探しは今夜ゆっくりできるさ。
I don't know about that. You seem to be dropping pretty fast.
今はどこで籠城するかを考えた方がいい。
As I said this, I pointed out the clock to everyone. It was already 8 at night. We had been receiving shocks over and over again since the early morning, and our bodies and minds were both completely tired out. There's still a long, long time until tomorrow. We needed to find some place to barricade ourselves in so we could rest our bodies and get even the smallest amount of relief.
私も同感ですな。
Let's see how well that works out for us, the barricade.
みんな体も心も限界まで打ちのめされています。今からそれを考えた方が賢明でしょうな。
そういうこった。敵はマスターキーに準ずるものを持っている降参が高い。
Yes. That's how they can go everywhere, right?
ゴーダさんはマスターキーを持ってましたか？
はい。勤務時間中だったなら身につけていたはずです。
現場をいじらない方がいいってんで、そこまでは調べなかったろうが、誰かの鍵が奪われている可能性は否定できねえな。
そもそも犯人はバラ庭園倉庫のシャッターを開けるために一度使用人室を訪れている可能性があります。
Yeah, they could have gotten the master key
そこでマスターキーを
there.
すでに入手していると考えて間違いないでしょう。
There were many servants serving the Ushiri-Romiya family. Because of that, there were several master keys. Furthermore, every time one employer started or finished working, the keys were passed between servants, and we had to acknowledge that this had probably gotten a bit sloppy at times in the past.
仮に殺された使用人の誰かのポケットから鍵束を拝借したとして、その鍵でも開けられない安全な場所はあるのか？
私たちはお仕事の都合上、すべ
Maybe
てのお部屋の鍵を預かっております。
Kinzo's room. Kinzo's room would be my first guess.
お屋敷もゲストハウスもすべてです。
つまり私たちがどこへ立てこもって鍵をかけようと上等だぞ。鍵なんかいるもんか。来るなら来やがれってんだ。
We're gonna beat up the witch.
返り討ちにしてやるぜ。
敵は正面から来ないよ。最初の6人はともかく母さんたちやカノン君、そしておじい様の霊を見る限り敵は孤立した人間だけを
I wouldn't really call a group of 6 people isolated, but
一部屋に固まっている僕たちのところへ堂々と乗り込んでこられるほどの力はないんだよ。
そうだな。
Vito hitting it from the back, yo?
兄貴の言う通りだ。ひょっとするとおばさんのライフル銃が抑止効果として成立してるのかもしれないぜ。
Yeah, she's got that thing on her.
なら良いのですが。
マリア、言いたいことがあるんだろうが。
We're just gonna preempt that whole conversation. Vito can totally beat guns. That's what she's gonna say. So just shut up. Maria probably wanted to say something about how witches weren't afraid of things like guns, but if she were to say it out loud, the atmosphere around her would start to get pretty edgy. I had noticed and decided to put a stop to it.
よろしいでしょうか。一箇所だけ。使用人の
Is
鍵
it
束で
Kinzo's
入
room?
れない
I bet it's Kinzo's room.
それはどこです？
はい。親方さん
Yeah.
の書斎です。
I was right. I'm always right.
私は反対だぜ。じい様の気持ち悪い部屋になんか入りたくない。
Griffith from Berserk, the gun Natsuki is holding is in fact a mare's leg, as seen in Wanted Dead or Alive. They literally talked about how Kinzo was a fan of westerns, so that's why he bought it.
あの部屋に入れる鍵は何本あるんですか？
I didn't know it was a real gun at first. I thought it was like a weird sawed-off shotgun.
一本は常に私が。もう一本は親方様がお持ちでしたので、先ほどボイラー室の遺体からこれを。
Genji-san took a handkerchief out of his pocket and opened it, showing us the burnt and filthy study key. Then he showed it alongside his own key, which he had once lent to Natsuhi.
本来なら警察のために鍵も残すべきだったのですが。
It is a sawed-off shotgun, but they said it was a rifle. Yeah. Why is the key burned and filthy? Because it was with Kinzo when he was burned. He was in the incinerator.
書斎の留守は必ず守るようにと仰せつけ
It was on his person.
なるほど。ということは
So that means they have both keys for the study that no other key can get into.
そういうことになりますね。あの怪しげな匂いの部屋に一晩も立てこもるなど考えたくもありませんが、あの部屋が一番安全であることを今は認めなければならないようです。
その安全な部屋に閉じこもってたじいさまを
Well, yeah, all that you gotta do is not leave the room.
絶対安
That
全
should
とは
be
言い
easy,
切れない
right?
けど
No
な
one's gonna do that.
バトラ君の説のおじい様がうまくレシートをやり過ごして自分の意思で部屋を出たと考えるなら籠城の価値はあるかもしれない。
楽観的すぎだぜ兄貴。
However, at the same time, I thought he brought up a pretty interesting point. After all, this gives us a chance to question the enemy, the witch herself, about how the sealed door had been opened. If we assume the culprit used some technique to kidnap grandfather from his study, they'd have to show us the same trick again if they wanted to assault us in the study. And that'd give us a chance to make the culprit prove how they did it right before our eyes. If she's really a witch, we'll be forcing her to use her little magic trick to open the door right in front of us. Well, that's probably impossible. If you spin the chessboard around, it's obvious the culprit is acting in a way that'll make us think they're a witch. If she really is a witch, all she's got to do is appear in front of us and wow us with a colorful display of magic. Since she's avoiding doing that, everything must be the work of a fake witch who wants us to think she's real. I know, take a shot every time he says spin the chessboard. Shootin' Dragoon, thank you for giving a gift sub to Sweet Creamy. That's very kind of you. You are one of my strongest warriors. Therefore, a culprit who used a technique other than magic to defeat the closed room couldn't open the door before our eyes.
じいさんの部屋ってのは8人で押しかけても大丈夫なくらいの広さなんすか？
Isn't it like a mini apartment?
はい。ベッドにソファー、毛布類もありますので、贅沢を言わなければ十分に夜を越すことがで
Like,
きる。
they said there's like a bathroom in there too.
流しにご不条。
Yeah.
冷蔵庫に
Oh boy, a
魚
liquor
も
cabinet.
あります。
ひゅー、そいつはすげえぜ。しかしおかしなもんだな。自分の家の中にさらに自分の家を作ったってのか？
Yeah, mini house. Dude's got a fridge in there.
島を丸ごと買って自分の夢を全て実現しきったじい様の最後の家にしちゃ随分手狭なんだな。
He didn't want to leave. He was living that neat life.
そうですね。いつの頃からかお父様にとっては屋敷内ですら心を許せる場所ではなくなってしまったのでしょう。
そこに引きこもっていたのを私たちが嘲笑い、そして今度は
I mean, that's so that you won't die, which I feel is a lot more reasonable. Jessica spat the words out.
ジェシカちゃんは立てこもるより犯人を探しに行きたいという感じだね。
もちろんこっちから探しに行って見つけられるなんて思っちゃいないぜ。
I mean, they're probably gonna come to us eventually, right?
結局は待つしかない。
Exactly.
なら逃げも隠れもしない。客までテレビでも見ながらのんびり現れるのを待とうじゃねえかよ。
Cider time? I'll do like a good cider.
現れなければ現れないで十分です。犯人を暴くのは私たちである必要がないからです。
We just gotta wait for the police to show up after the typhoon passes, which is something that will definitely
正
happen.
論ですな。警察が来るまで危険を冒すべきではありません。
ありがとう南條先生。私はお父様の書斎に移るべきだと思います。確かに
Would Maria morb? She would definitely say it's morbing time.
絶対の安全が保証されているわけではない。しかしバトラ君の推理のお父様が何らかの方法で自ら書斎を出て 外で襲われた可能性も否定できません。
A while back, I proposed this strange theory as a stopgap measure. But just as Aunt Eva said, even though the trick would be possible, I couldn't explain what motive could have made Grandfather sneak out of his own study in such a troublesome way. Plus, Grandfather couldn't have used that trick unless he knew that the receipt was wedged in the door. Aunt Eva hadn't pointed out that last part, but it's clear how absurd the theory was. So does that mean that the sealed door formed a closed room, just as Eva claimed? Is it an undeniable fact that Aunt Natsuki was the culprit? If Aunt Eva were here now, she'd probably make that claim openly and blow my strange theory away. But she's dead, so it doesn't matter. But anyway, I had to admit that a room with both a bed and a toilet that all 8 people could be shut up in, and with only 2 keys, both of which were gathered here, had to be the safest place in the mansion right now. At the very least, I figured this would be better than just staying shut up in the parlor and hoping nothing could go wrong. But wait, have we been safe only because we've been shut up in the parlor? What if leaving that room and moving to an unexplored location is actually more dangerous? It's useless, it's all useless. My flimsy head is about to break out in a fever. Straight guy tricked into thinking. If I keep spinning the chessboard around, right and wrong will keep switching places over and over, and I won't be able to believe anything. Mudada. When it seems like the culprit is one of the 18, I want to believe in Beatrice. And once I start believing in Beatrice, I will start wanting to find the culprit amid the 18. If that keeps spinning around forever, in the end, my thoughts won't have taken one step from where they started. How far back in the past was it that Kyrie-san taught me about chessboard thinking? That concept of examining the situation by spinning it around and thinking from the enemy side. Spin? It seemed to remember being so interested by it back then. I used it to guide all my thinking. By the way, Kyrie-san wasn't Dad's co-worker back then. I never dreamed that she'd someday be added to our family. Yeah, you know, just a little affair. Didn't Kyrie-san tell me something once? I get the feeling she once said that while this chessboard thinking was one way to look at things, it certainly wasn't all-powerful. I like this song. It sounds like the opening theme song for some police procedural show. And it wouldn't be good to rely on it too much. Game theory? But that's just a theory. A game theory.
ぜひやってみたいっす。それを勉強してチェス盤思考をもっと鍛えたらどんな相手の手の内も読めるみたいで楽しいじゃないですか。
Battler, you can't even read a picture book, dude. You're a fucking moron.
ゲーム理論は非常に奥深く複雑な学問なの。
Oh, it's too funny. Game theory. Just had to save that screenshot. There we go.
チェス盤思考はその上辺だけを私なりに解釈した考え方に過ぎない。バトラ君が想像するほどに相手の手の内を読み切るには相当の勉強が必要よ。しかもチェス盤理論は応用の利く便利なものではあっても完璧ではない。便利ではあっても弱点が多い。
弱点?
Weak points. What is the weak points of chessboard thinking?
ええ。
Code Geass taught me that there are no weak points.
チェス盤思考の基礎はゲーム理論。
Hatsune Marvin, I don't know how to tell you this, but the X-Men do time travel stuff like all the time. Like, that's where Cable's from. He's from the future too. And he's one of the most popular X-Men characters. This shouldn't be a hard concept to grasp, that hard a concept to grasp.
ゲーム理論は突き詰めると数学に行き着くの。 数学の弱点は何か知ってる？
The weak point of math? Tell me about the weak point of math.
ノイズよ。
In math, when you write 1 plus 1 equals 2, that process will always result in 1 plus 1 equals 2, no matter how many billions of years pass, nothing more, nothing less. That's because there's absolutely no noise mixed in. But, for example, unlike math, the Japanese language has noise mixed in. Kanji are a good example. Old kanji and new kanji are slightly different, which represents an introduction of noise created by the changes between time periods. Isn't history the same? There are dozens of policies that seem foolish in the modern era but were meaningful at some point in the past. Because the rules of chess are fixed when a pair of experts are discussing one particular layout, it's possible they could reach the same conclusions whether they're from 100 years in the past or 100 years in the future. However, if the rules of chess had gone through massive changes over time, it's possible that a discussion about the same layout would have changed as well.
その通り。人の世の事象は本来ノイズだらけなのよ。人の感情だってそうでしょ？
I'm not sure what she's trying to say here. I guess we'll find out.
必ず決められた反応を示すとは限らない。
Oh yeah, I guess there's that.
それを数学の理論で当てはめ、相手の行動を読もうとする時点で、
Yeah, what is this, Minority Report?
弱点と限界があることを知らなければならない。手っ取り早く言うと、チェス盤思考はノイズや気まぐれ、そして誤解、認識ミスに非常に弱いの。
So, chessboard theory doesn't work when you consider, like, people just acting irrationally or acting based on incomplete or false knowledge. I see. That's right. Kyrie-san definitely said that. Chess has always been a game where both sides play by the same rules and fight with the same conditions for victory. That's why it's possible for both sides to predict the other's moves. It's possible to read your opponent because you can always suppose they'll make the best moves they can find. But what if your opponent is fickle or a bit tired, and makes a move that can hardly be called the best? Or, what if this game actually has a special rule? Some unknown thing that only the enemy knows about and can use? In fact, what if the opponent actually has some goal other than victory? Think from your enemy's perspective. That's the basis of chessboard thinking. Which means, if you misread your enemy, the answer you draw from this process will be complete rubbish, useless. So far, I've used chessboard theory to guess several vague bits of information about the culprit hiding behind this case, or so I think. However, I don't know anything about the culprit. Am I just playing around in a labyrinth of thought? If Kyrie-san were here at a time like this, she'd probably be able to notice something with her much sharper thinking ability. My mom was so much smarter than me. Until the very last moment, Jessica resisted moving into grandfather's study. But in the end, Aunt Natsuhi persisted, and we decided to move there. Everyone was completely wrapped in paranoia by now. Kumasawa-san had prepared dinner at one point, but during the time we were discovering the deaths of George Oniki's parents, both the kitchen and the parlor had been left empty. Are we gonna read that letter at some point? Someone suggested that the food might have been poisoned while we were gone. Because of that, we were unable to even touch the food that Kumasawa-san had taken the trouble to make for us. The manner in which the first 6 were killed was still unknown, and it certainly could have been poisoned. Certainly, that would allow even a single person to carry out the murder of 6 large adults. Furthermore, this idea makes it easy to imagine there being only a single culprit, one who'd be afraid of Aunt Natsuhi's rifle, and this was very good for our emotional stability. But the fatigue and hunger were even harsher than we'd imagined. Then, Kumasawa-san made a proposal, and we all went together to the kitchen. There, we gathered some canned food and other things that would be hard to poison and to take in with us. All of Kumasawa-san's efforts to reward us with just a little dinner on this savage day regrettably came to nothing. The food piled up on the serving cart looked just a little sad. Battler does seem to be aware that he's kind of stupid. We all started climbing the stairs. Aunt Natsuhi, who was in the lead, warily stared into the darkness with both eyes and the barrel of the gun. Once we'd dragged ourselves up to the 3rd floor, just as Aunt Natsuhi had warned us of beforehand, There was a mixture of a chemical smell and a sickly sweet aroma, a stench hanging in the air that felt like it was eating into our heads.
なるほど。こりゃ一晩もこもったら頭痛にでもなりそうな匂い。
Ah, the good old absinthe.
今更ながら、じい様の書斎に反対したジェシカに賛成だぜ。
It was a door to the forbidden study, which should defend against any who would enter. Griffith from Berserk redeemed flirt? Oh no, I have to flirt with Griffith from Berserk? Griffith from Berserk? Griffith from Berserk, you have been a very wonderful presence in my streams lately. I'm so happy that you've been here, and it makes me so delighted that you've shown up here in the stream chat and in the Discord. You're just you're such a wonderful presence here, and I really like your lashes in Berserk. Sorry. I know you're not actually Griffith from Berserk, but I like to imagine it's Griffith from Berserk because Griffith is really attractive. And if you're Griffith from Berserk, that means you're really attractive, Griffith from Berserk. Thank you again for being here. But what if? What if this is really Griffith from Berserk? Play Melty Blood Actress again, current code with me? I will be playing Melty Blood tomorrow, so be there, and we will. It's a date. Just a date where you're not the only other person there. While Genji-san unlocked the door, Maria stared at the door and the doorknob with great interest. Oh,
すごいドア。
すごいdoor.
古くいかめしくて冗談の通じなさそうな、いかにもじい様の書斎にふさわしい扉だよな。
霊的な悪意を退ける力がと
Of
ても
course.
強く込められている。
Of course, Kinzo is all into that weird shit. Of course he would put, like, magic words on his doors.
ベアトリーチェはこの扉を開けられないね。
Well, that makes things easy, doesn't it?
お？それどういうことだよ。
Maria pointed at the doorknob. A scorpion crest. No, a design like a magic circle arranged around a scorpion was inscribed there. That design. That's right. Isn't it just like those keychain charms Maria gave Jessica and me yesterday?
火星の5の魔法陣は強力な魔除け。
Okay.
しかもこの魔法陣は相当丹念に作られていて、力がよく
Oh, it's big and strong.
魔のものであるベアトリーチェにとってこの魔法陣はとても厄介だろうね。
それは心強いじゃねえか。この部屋ならベアトリーチェの魔種から逃げられるってことだろ。うちの魔女様は実に頼もしいぜ。
なら、ベアトリーチェはどうやって中のおじい
I
様
mean, Kinzo was like her tier 3 sub. He would come out if she asked.
バトラが推理した通りだよ。ベアトリーチェは中に入れない。でも彼女には魔法があるし、使い魔だっている。それらを使っておじい様が自分から書斎を出てくるように仕向けることはできるかも。
ああ、漫画で読んだな。
Manga?
吸血鬼は十字架が怖くて近づけねえけど、使い魔たちはへっちゃらなんで使い魔に襲わせるみたいなシーン
Yo,
を
Battler
読んだこと
reads
があるぜ。
Helsing?
バトラたちに昨日あげたサソリのキーホルダーのようなお守りもこの火星の5の魔法陣だよ。
Good taste.
込められている力は微々たるものだけど、この島を出るまでの間を守ってくれるだけなら十分だった。なくしちゃったそうだけどね。
He did say he lost his, and he used that to say, like, well, why didn't Beatrice get me if I lost mine?
サソリのキーホルダーのお守り。
ああ、昨日私が母さんに渡したお守りはマリアにもらったものだったんだよ。
And we saw the scratches on Natsuhi's door like something was trying to get in, but it couldn't because of the scorpion charm.
ドアノブにかけると魔除けになるとか言われて、私より母さんの方がいいかなってあの時。
そうでしたか。ジェシカにしては変わったものを持っていると思っていました。
夏日おばさんがあれをドアノブに？
Yeah, that's why there was the scratches.
ええ、
Beatrice couldn't get in.
夕べそう聞き、寝る前に扉の内側のドアノブにかけました。
なら夏日おばさんはとても幸運だよ。
こんだよ。
そうだったなら夕べベアトリーチェは夏日おばさんに指一本触れられなかっただろうね。ベアトリーチェはさぞや悔しがったと思うよ。
Really annoyed. She was seething and coping over it. Beatrice, annoyed? Couldn't lay one finger. Natsuki thought back on that eerie scribble she'd seen that morning, as though someone had been tearing at the outside of her door with blood-soaked hands, and gasped in surprise. Copatrice? Yes. She was coping. Could it be that this witch who called herself Beatrice tried to enter through the door to Natsuhi's own room? But the magic-repelling charm had been hanging from the inside. So she couldn't break through the door. So she was annoyed. So she scratched at it? Is that the only explanation?
魔女なんかいないぜ。いるのは犯人。それも私たちと同じ人間だ。それを確かめる必要があるってなら、八つ先にして血が赤いかも確認してやろうじゃねえか。
Well, we gotta get her first. We gotta get our hands on her. Can't dice her up until you've got her in your clutches.
最悪もカノン君も。
Genji unlocked the door. 8 people entered Kinzo's study. Oh boy, we get to hang out with the freak shit. All the weird occult stuff. Grandfather's study. I'd heard rumors about it beforehand, so I wasn't that shocked. He had done more than fortify it through with his occult hobbies. If Grandfather's hobby had been chasing after pop idols, these walls might be buried beneath idol posters. Imagine Kinzo, but he's just got like a bunch of gravure posters all over his walls. Even if I didn't understand it, I did realize that this room was a bundle of all his pastimes. Kinzo fucking loves Love Live? That would be so funny. Even so, I can't help but remain dumbfounded by the smell of his creepy medicine and the sweet stench that seemed to melt my head. Yeah, the Umineko idol AU. That would go hard. The witch idols. When the door was closed, it automatically made a clunk. I see. This is the auto lock that's activated whenever the door is closed. And there were only 2 keys that could open this door from the outside, both of which were in this room. In other words, it had become a closed room. The shutter, the receipt, the chain, and now the auto lock. This 4th door had the most magnificent lock yet, and this was doubtlessly a closed room. Just to make absolutely sure that the room was secure, we checked all over for ways in or out. The window was tightly locked. That should have been enough, but just in case, we tried knocking all over the walls. You know what? I can't make fun of this. Kinzo's totally the kind of guy who would had a cool hidden passage in his room. After all, we had talked about there being a hidden door in this room, but we couldn't find anything suspicious. Grandfather's study was very large. Even though we called it a study, it really wasn't a single room. It could be divided up into 4 basic sections: a study section, a bedroom section, a toilet/bathroom section, and a section for cooking that had a sink. I see. This study really does have enough in it to live in. Now I see how Grandfather could live his whole life in this room without ever leaving. It seemed Grandfather wasn't in the habit of watching TV because there was no television or even a radio in this room. We can't do anything except pass the time listening to the sound of the rain until tomorrow morning. Dr. Nanjo looked closely at the chessboard that sat on the table in front of the sofa and muttered. It was apparently the partly finished chess match he'd been playing with Grandfather until yesterday. The black had the white pretty well cornered, and it looked like checkmate would be reached within a few moves, the last part of the endgame. Even though checkmate had almost been reached, the endgame had been rushed. and in the end was never completed. Oh, I love chess.
金蔵さん、やはり
I love
こ
chess
の勝負は
metaphors.
決着がつきませんでしたな。南條先生、わしは長く金蔵さんの友人だったが、金蔵さんのことを知っているのは半分だけでしかな。
He was kind of a freak.
金蔵さんはいつも聡明な金蔵さんと何かの恐怖にとらわれた金蔵さんの二人が
Mad does describe him pretty well.
わしは金蔵さんのことを何も理解してはおらんかった。
特にベアトリーチェ様のことになると
Yeah, he really liked
人は
her.
変わったようでしたっけね。
In the direction of Kumasawa-san's upward gaze, a portrait of Beatrice could be seen. It wasn't massive like the one hanging in the entrance hall, but small, made for this room. Grandfather probably spent every day in this room and so much of his time talking to the witch in that portrait. Oh, he has like a miniaturized version of the painting in here. That's funny. Who was Beatrice to Grandfather in the first place? Right now, you couldn't just explain it away by saying it was a story made by the parents to frighten children away from wandering into the forest. While eating the canned food we'd brought from the kitchen, we talked together about who Beatrice was. Whether the culprit was Beatrice herself or someone pretending to be her. Whether they were a witch or a human, that was besides the point. The woman in this portrait was strongly related to the roots and background of this case. We couldn't talk about this case without talking about her. I hope no one's eating beans.
母さん、エヴァおばさんたちの部屋で
Yeah, finally the letter. They remembered.
ええ、まだ開けていませんでしたね。開けてみましょう。
Aunt Natsuki took out that western envelope. Genji-san pulled a paper knife out of a drawer in the study desk and handed it to her. While watching her open it, George Aniki grimaced slightly. After all, it was a letter left at the site where his parents had been murdered. There was a good chance its contents would say something unbearable to Aniki. Aunt Natsuki also seemed to realize that, so she glanced over the contents first without reading aloud. We were a little frightened that she might grimace after reading something shocking, but she just frowned unhappily. Oh boy, I bet this is more ominous, mysterious stuff that doesn't make sense.
不愉快な一文があります。私たちを挑発するつもりなのでしょう。
Oh, just one sentence? Natsuhi, after deciding that the contents could be shown to the children, set it openly on the table. Everyone stared at it at the same time.
我が名をたたえよなんだよこれ
Of course. What else would it be?
ベアトリーチェの勝ち名乗りみたいなものだろうね。
What else could it be?
大方また怪しげな魔法陣でも出てくるのを期待してたんだろう。
魔法陣ではなかったけどね。想像は裏切られなかったよ。
She sure does love her magic circles, this girl.
どういう意味でしょう。自分の存在を誇示したいのでしょうか。
Probably that one.
そう考えるのが妥当でしょう。
She really wants to brag,
この手紙で初めて私たちは
which is
昨夜
valid.
の手紙の
I-
主が
I'm
犯
always
人であると
bragging,
理解でき
because I'm great.
ここに書かれている内容よりも昨夜と同じ封筒で
Don't I deserve it?
意味があるものと思います。
I deserve to be full of myself, I think.
間違いなく親方様が使われていたものです。
おお。
Well, there we go. Now you know who has the ring.
もう
Like it wasn't
私には何
obvious.
が何だかわかりませんよ。
I can't follow this at
こ
all.
んなことは後ろ宮のお家にお仕えして以来初めてのことです。
昨日の手紙の言う通りならベアトリーチェは自称
Yeah, they had that
ジー様の
max
最後の
sol-
腹心だ。
the maxed out social link.
じい様も常々そう口にしてたんですよね。
I spoke to Genji-san and Kumasawa-san, who nodded together.
ってことはじい様の次に詳しいのは源氏さんと熊沢さんってことになる。話してくれないっすか。
私は長いことわざと耳にしなかった話です。 ですがこの後に及んではそうも言っていられません。
Yes, give us the deets. Dish the goss on Beatrice.
知っている限りを話しなさい。
Genji-san didn't answer. Did he remain silent despite his knowledge, or did he know nothing at all? Still, I had a good guess. The ghost story of the witch Beatrice had long been deified among the servants. He had probably been very close to grandfather and his occult hobbies. So there was a good chance that he'd been indoctrinated with even weirder things that had increasingly come to deify the witch. As grandfather's most trusted servant who had sworn loyalty to him, he might be the most influenced by the illusion of the witch that grandfather had created. So there was only one reason for Genji-san to remain silent. He could speak, but it would definitely cause a backlash, and it was better if he kept his mouth shut, and it wasn't like we'd believe him anyway. Something along those lines. A short while ago, Maria had been more than willing to speak bluntly and unrestrainedly, and that had earned her a scuffle with Jessica. It was natural for Genji-san to keep his silence. Spill the beans, old man. Tell us everything you know. Concubine? No, I don't think that's right. His concubine. That could be possible. For ordinary poor people, polygamy isn't only viewed negatively from a moral perspective, it's also an unmaintainable financial situation. But that isn't the case for the very rich. It's possible for them to have another lover in addition to their real wife. We can't deny the possibility that grandfather had another woman in his life besides grandmother.
かもな。ばあ様は生きてた頃、よく疑ってたらしいぜ。浮気相手がいるってな。俺はてっきりそれはじい様の想像の中の魔女のことを指してるんだとばかり思ってたんだわ。
それなんとも面白い話になってきたぜ。
Yeah, he's always donating to Beatrice's OnlyFans, her Twitch streams.
ゲンジさんは俺に言ったよな。
He's like super chatting.
ベアトリーチェはこの屋敷ができる以前からじい様に仕えてたって。
お屋敷が竣工したのは昭和27年。
1952.
ってことは、ベアトリーチェという人は30年以上も昔からおじい様と連れ添っていたということになるね。
その30年前の愛人、もしくはその縁者や隠し子が何かの恨みがあって何らかの復讐を企んだか。なるほど。洋館ミステリーっぽいありがちなストーリーになってきたじゃねえか。
So it sure is a mansion mystery.
汚らわしい話ですが、一番納得できる。
It's full of revenge, intrigue, cucking.
どうですか、源氏。
おそらく親方様に恋愛の感情は終わりになられたでしょう。亡くなられた奥様より愛しておられた。
I love Genji just being like, yeah, he definitely loved her more than his wife. It's so funny that he just says that outright.
そして今はどうしてるんだ。
お屋敷ができるより前にお亡くなりになったと聞いています。
Well, I guess that's why they're going for revival here.
すでに死んでいる？
You are already dead.
親方様は大層深く悲しまれ、ベアトリーチェ様を蘇らせる方法として、親方様はベアトリーチェ様を心の底から愛しておられたのです。このような狂気に駆り立てるほどに。
Well, maybe it worked. As Genji-san said this, he spread his arms as though asking us to look at this room filled with the signs of grandfather's madness. Maybe it worked. We were all at a loss for words. Normally, black magic seems like it'd just be creepy, and it's really hard to imagine why someone might be so enraptured by it. Since Kinzo was just an eccentric who had restored the Ushiromiya family amidst his madness, nobody had tried to understand him. The only thing on Grandfather's mind had been the loss of a beloved woman, and his inescapable sorrow. Earlier, this room had seemed creepy, but in an instant, it had changed into something we could understand completely. Everybody understands simping. The creepy books, the magic circles, the medicine, all of it. It all existed simply because we wanted to revive the face of a single woman who had left this world over 30 years ago.
一度だけ深く酔われた親方様
Oh man, that dude was
ベアトリーチェ
wasted.
様のお話を聞かされたことがあります。詳しいことは忘れてしまいましたが、
Then what use are you?
それはもう女の私が聞いて羨むような深い深い。
金蔵さんは後宮家の当主を継いだ時、当時まだ生き残っていた後宮家の長老たちの
An arranged marriage.
亡くなった奥さんとの結婚を決められたのです。
つまり後宮家にとって強制された。
さようです。金蔵さんはお家復興のためだけに当主に据えられ、
Oh no, how bad for him being fabulously wealthy.
そんな金蔵さんがどこでどういう経緯でベアトリーチェと知り合ったのかはわかりません。
Life is so hard. Well, I guess he wasn't wealthy at the time because the Yoshiromiya family collapsed, but you know. That was when Grandfather truly fell in love for the first time. Just how deep was his affection for her? That was easy to see just by looking around us. This room was covered with piles upon piles of things having to do with black magic. And Grandfather spent every day shut in here, immersed within his research and isolated from the outside world, never regretting 1 minute of it. You couldn't help but recognize the depths of Grandfather's love for Beatrice.
私誤解してたよ、ケンジさん。
何をでしょうか。
Bum bum bum.
私、使用人の人たちが魔女を盲信するのはじいさまの気持ちが
I don't know if that's quite right.
感化されてるからじゃないかってずっと思ってきた。違ったんだな。
By acting as though Beatrice's soul at least had been restored and existed inside this mansion, they might have hoped to soothe Grandfather's heart. With closed eyes and the expression of one remembering something from the distant past, Genji had broken his long silence. In making that confession, he probably felt like he was betraying his one and only master in the most serious way, even though that person was already dead. Well, then why did they tell Battler before that they believed in Beatrice when Kinzo wasn't around? Beatrice has revived as a witch, and she is in the mansion even now. Genji had said it, had believed it, had made other people believe it, and would take that with him to the grave. This might have been the last service he could offer up to his master. The legend of the witch, the mysterious tale of Roken Jima that was still whispered of amongst the servants. Its true nature was a sad lie. No, it was an act of kindness towards Grandfather, who had lost a person he loved above all else. Oh, I guess, alright, fine.
私は
It was like a last wish type thing.
魔女を否定する話を何度か口にした覚えがあります。今ならそれがどれだけお父様を傷つけていたかわかります。
Your side hoe never existed.
シャノンを蘇らせる方法が黒魔術だというなら、僕は今すぐにもこの部屋の次の主となって
Well, there's still time.
研究を始め。
兄貴。
Another strand of tears dripped from George's eyes. Maybe his tears were infectious. Tears rose to Jessica's eyes too, and she sniffled.
ベアトリーチェは言っていたよ。もうじき蘇ることができる。
I'm sure.
会うことができるって。
Very soon the door to the Golden Land will be opened. In the promised land that glitters gold, the souls of all the dead will be resurrected along with the love that has been lost. Then I will sleep in a world of peacefulness for all time.
そう言ったのか。
She did say
マリアに
that.
手紙を渡したベアトリーチェは
She didn't say that.
信じないよね。
Hee 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 hee.
ここにじい様がいたならきっと喜んだろうな。もうじきベアトリーチェが蘇ることにさぞや踊り上がって喜んだろうな。なら俺は信じたぜ。じい様が半生をかけて研究したことで蘇り、愛した女の魂が
That seems like a silly reason to believe that. I think Kinzo giving up his entire life to not succeed is a reason to not believe it.
バトラ
一人の女性をずっと愛し続けた気持ちが周りにも伝わり真実となる。それを気遣いと呼べばそれまでだろうけれど、今の僕はあえてそれを魔法と呼んであげたいね。
気遣いじゃないよ。本当に魔法だよ。魔女だよ。
You have to believe me, witches are real!
やっぱり誰にもベアトリーチェの姿は見えないんだね。
Some time passed. As we listened to the sound of the rain, we considered what kind of love and madness must have possessed the owner of this room as he spent half of his life here. You get no witches. And stack no paper.
女の私から聞けば、お父様の純愛の気持ちも少しは理解したいところですが、それではお母様の立つ瀬がありません。
同感だ
Oh yeah, there was the whole thing about the infidelity.
浮気は浮気。綺麗事にされちゃかなわねえよな。
それもそうだな。ばあ様が気の毒になっちまうぜ。
それでベアトリーチェとおじい様の間に子供がいたなんて話はある？
That is a good question. The keyword Beatrice has been hidden in every corner of this case, so it's natural to suspect some relative of hers.
いえ、そのような話は聞いたことがありません。
Maybe her
仮
kid
にいた
did
と
it
したら
for
最愛の
revenge.
人の忘れ形見としてきっと全ての愛情を注ぎ込んだだろうね。それがなく黒魔術に没頭していったなら子供はいなかったと考えるべきなのかな。
そういえば、こんな噂を聞いたことがあるぜ。
Oh, the spooky music is back. What is this rumor?
知ってるだろ？じい様が福音の家っていう孤児院に莫大な援助をして
The
るっ
Fook.
て話。
Yeah, that's the one where he gets the servants from.
よしなさい。それはお父様を冒涜する中傷に過ぎません。
Oh, she's saying some of the orphans there might have been his actual kids.
教えてくれよ、夏日おばさん。隠し事はなしなのはおばさんもだと思うっすよ。
くだらない話です。
Nah, come on, spit it out.
お父様はその施設に莫大な援助をし、社会勉強の一環として当家の使用人
Yeah, but why? Why that specific orphanage? What about it was special,
そ
huh?
れはお父様に汚らわしい趣味があると吹聴する愚か者がいたというだけの
Oh,
話。
that's not what I thought. Oh no.
一時期それが黒魔術の生贄にするため。
Oh, okay, just human sacrifices, not the other thing. Not the Tsukihime thing.
実際いつもこの部屋で怪しげな実験や儀式を繰り返してたわけで、私も半分は信じてたところがあったぜ。
その福音の家出身の使用人ってのは
何人かいますが、親族会議中のシフトではシャノンとカノンの2人でした。
To resurrect Beatrice, he brought in servants from an orphanage as human sacrifices?
確かにじい様が使用人として選ぶのはいつもシャノンやカノン君くらいの若い子ばかり。私だってじい様には妙な趣味があるに違いないって信じてたぜ。
ジェシカ、言葉を慎みなさい。
When Aunt Natsuhi scolded her, the atmosphere instantly went sour and everyone fell quiet. However, something was tugging at the back of my mind. Sacrifices. Sacrifices. Human sacrifices brought over from an orphanage. What is it? Freaky words like sacrifices don't pop up often. And yet, I've seen or heard that word recently. Some part of my memory is tugging at me. Hey, Beatrice, what do you know? I had arrived in front of the portrait of Beatrice. It wasn't as massive as the one in the entrance hall, but that portrait, which must have been drawn by some famous painter, was still just as intimidating in this smaller size. Below it, just like the entrance hall, was the epitaph that had supposedly hinted at the location of the hidden gold.
生贄だ。
なんだよパトラ。急に気持ち悪いこと。
No, I think Jessica really did just mean like weird magic circle sacrifices stuff, not Epstein stuff.
6人。
6 sacrifices, yes. Both of my eyes were as wide as plates. How did he not think of this by now? God, Paddler is so dumb. Everything's been predicted right there from the very beginning. Everyone crowded around, and the same expression of shock rose to all 4 faces. That's right. It's right there in the epitaph. On the first twilight, offer the 6 chosen by the key as sacrifices. Yeah, come on. How did you just forget?
最初に死んだのは6人だ。
Yeah.
そしてシャッターに書かれた魔法陣じゃねえ。ヘブライ語でも生贄を捧げると書いてあった。
That's how hard Battler's thinking. He's activating latent new type powers.
私は最初からそう言ってる。
Yeah, Maria saw it and you didn't. Come on now. That's right. Maria said it right at the start. Right after we found the 6 bodies, when Maria was in the parlor watching TV, she said it. Ooh, the culprit isn't human. It's just the sacrifices chosen by the key.
これは黄金の隠し場所なんかじゃねえ。黒魔術か何かの復活の儀式の手順なんだ。
I mean, it might be related to the gold.
確かこの碑文には大勢の死が必要になるはず。
It could be both.
確かにざっと読むだけでも6たす2たす5で13人は死ななくちゃならないことになってるぜ。
Yep.
普段はこの島には何人いるんですか？
使用人のシフトにもよるでしょうが、お父様、夫に、私にジェシ
So there's we got 18 people. 3 more to go. Gosh, I just wonder who it'll be.
そして使用人が2、3人。昨日今日は
I just wonder who it'll be.
普段はそこまでいません。
ってことはな。この儀式を実行
Well, yeah, possibly 19, but I just
普段じゃ
mean
生贄が
of the potential victims.
いや、違う。じい様は福音の家から不気味な儀式の生贄にするために使用人を取ったという噂。
つまりなんだよ。
Yes, this ceremony could only take place on this
生贄
day.
の人数を増やすために使用人を増やし、さらに人数が集まる年に一度の親族会議は
Yep, this was all Kinzo
こ
wanted.
の儀式を執り行える年にたった一度唯一のタイミングだったってことじゃねえか。
When Jessica screamed this, Maria broke out in that creepy laugh, looking truly pleased.
人は運気を試すためにある種の確率に願掛けを
The devil's roulette! The devil's roulette! Like throwing a sandal and saying that if it lands right side up, tomorrow will be sunny. Or saying that tomorrow will be a good day if a coin lands heads up. There are many little superstitions like that. Sometimes, when your luck is down and you get bored and you roll the dice and get 3 sixes, you want to believe it's a portent of some miracle. When flipping a sandal, you have at worst a 50% chance. Even if you get it right side up, it's not worth much. But if you carelessly roll 3 dice and they all come up 6, you might think that's a small miracle.
魔術にもそういう考えはあるんだ
It's
よ
all about gambling, I guess, is what magic is. Chance.
限りなくありえない出目を期待してひたすらに祈祷を続けるそうして蓄えられた祈祷の念は奇跡の出目が現れた時魔力を持って具現化されるおじいさまがしようとした魔術は多分そういうもの鍵が無作為に選ぶ生贄の抽選それに万が一自分が当たることがないようにこの島に最も人が多くなる日を
Well, that didn't work out, did it?
バカバカしいこれらが全て怪しげな魔法の儀式の過程で起こった事件だと言い出すのですか
Maybe. Natsuhi yelled. She couldn't quell the fear that a scorpion charm might be the only reason she was still safe. If I hadn't received that charm from Jessica and hung it from my doorknob, would I have been killed mixed in along with those 6? And the strangest part is, even though I hung the charm from the inside of my door, they couldn't get through that door. The culprit noticed the charm from outside the door and gave up trying to open it. A human couldn't have perceived that. A charm meant to stop something that was not human had done exactly that. Impossible, impossible, impossible.
だが夏井さん
Spooky.
確かに碑文の内容はその後なぞっとる
Yep, the two who were close.
第二の晩に残されし者は寄り添う二人を引き裂け
Yep.
これはエヴァ様たちのことを指しているのでしょうか
And we sure did tear into them, didn't we?
悔しいけどそうだと判断せざるを得ないそして母さんたちを殺した犯人は続く第三の晩の言葉を手紙に書き
Yeah.
それに残した
Praise my name.
そうだな
On the third twilight, praise my name.
第2の番を実行し第3の番をその場に残した第3の番はまさにさっき夏日おばさんが読んだ通りだぜ
On the third twilight, those who remain shall praise my noble name. Ah, if you read it this way, it just keeps going on, doesn't it? On the fourth twilight, gouge the head and kill. Gouge the head and kill. George Oniki's parents were killed with those demons' ice picks gouged into their heads. But if they were the second twilight, someone else must have been gouged in the head.
じいさまだ
Yeah, Kinzo. He had the head wound, and the thing in his head, the ice pick.
焼却炉の中で焼かれてたからそっちに目がいっちまって気づかなかったが
Well, you did notice, just like later.
じいさまも眉間にいや頭をえぐられてた
じいさまが第4の晩の犠牲者じゃあカノン君は
Maybe.
第五の晩に
Oh, yeah, that's right. That was canon. He got stabbed in the
カノン
chest.
君については犯人との突発的な遭遇による犯行だと思って
It's all part of the plan.
誰か一人をおびき出し胸を貫くことを初めから狙っていたんだ
Yeah, why would the culprit have made that noise in the basement otherwise?
もし犯人がこれをなぞっているとしたならまた3人が死ななければならないというのです
Wow, we're going through this prophecy really fast. I thought the days were I thought the twilights were literal, like it would take place over 8 days. On the 6th twilight, gouge the stomach and kill. On the 7th twilight, gouge the knee and kill. On the 8th twilight, gouge the leg and kill.
確かにそう読み取れますけど
3 more to go. Yeah, she's like speedrunning this prophecy.
いやそいつはどうかなあと3人が死ねば第9の番になる
There's 2 twilights per day. Dawn and dusk are both twilight. Oh yeah, I guess they are considered both twilight, aren't they? That's like an exploit. That's a loophole. I think most people think of dusk as twilight, but I guess dawn also counts as twilight. On the 9th twilight, the witch shall revive, and none shall be left alive.
私たちはベアトリーチェみんな
わけがわかんねえ。結局何人いようが最後には全員死ぬってことじゃねえか。
Yeah, why would the number of people matter? Like, why would Kinzo try to increase the chances he survived if no one is left alive by the 9th twilight?
じいさまは何が持ってきたったんだ。この儀式じゃ。じいさま自身何をどうしたって生き残れねえじゃないか。
Yeah, this seems like an oversight on Kinzo's part, maybe.
誰も生き残れなくていいんだよ。第10の晩には黄金鏡にたどり着く。
On the 10th twilight, at journey's end, you shall attain to the power of the Golden Land's treasures once and for the last time. The witch shall praise the wise and bestow 4 treasures.
おじいさまは死を恐れてなんかいなかったんだよ。ほら、4つの
He just needed to die last, I
宝を
guess.
見てごらんよ。
一つは全ての死者の魂を蘇らせ、一つは失った愛すらも蘇らせる。つまりおじい様は自分がこの儀式の途中で死んでしまっても
So then what was the point of gathering this specific group of people?
バカバカしいぜ。妄言だぜ。
Like, if everybody dies and gets revived at the end, what was the point of this specific group of people?
死んだらそれまでだろ。死者は生き返らない。人類が何千年もかけて追い求め、結局は未だに成し遂げられない奇跡だぜ。
Beto doing the backwards long jump of prophecies?
つまりこういうことだろ。
That's funny. She's just like backwards long jumping up the stairs, and her laugh, like the little laugh.mp3 is interrupting itself.
死後の世界に参加できて蘇ることができるとか、そういう類だろ。
ジェシカの言い分通りだとするなら、こいつはつまり
It's actually pretty tough to get additional kills in the same Twilight as the second Twilight kills, but if you can't, you save a ton of time.
追い先短いじいさまが恋に狂っての自殺まがい。
So here, chat room, we're gonna use an exploit by slamming the door open to get the gouge the head and gouge the chest kills at the same time.
いや、壮大な無理心中ってことなのか。
Genji, you know something. Spit it out.
その可能性を考え
わかりません。親方様は時に千年の未来
I wouldn't say that. I think he was just a crazy person.
しかし
Yeah, Beatrice definitely gets like a bunch of like simp super chats asking her to insult them. I know the feeling.
それってイエスって意味だよな。
We haven't even met Beatrice really so far, and I like this character we're building for her, a speedrunner.
熊沢さんはどう
A
なの？
speedrunner with like a legion of Twitch simps.
私は何も知りません。知りませんとも。
I don't know anything. Don't look at
知ってい
me.
るなら今日この島にいると思いますか？手秒でも何でも使ってお休みしていますよ。
She's got a good point.
おじい様の長年の友人である南條先生のご意見は？
源氏さんに同じです。金蔵さんは凡人をはるかに超越した方だった。そこにある種の人間離れした力すらも感じることはありました。
Saving the animals isn't an option with Beatrice. She always lets the animals die. She'll like put up the donation goal, but then she'll let them die anyways, even no matter what happens.
私にも金蔵さんが何を考えてこの碑文を残されたのかわからない。
You can just say he's crazy.
仮にこの筋書きを作ったのがお父様であっても、実行しているのは別の人間だということです。
確かに少なくともじい様とカノン君を襲った犯人は他にいる。しかもそいつはこの碑文通りまだ事件を続けようとしている。
Yeah, 3 more to go, baby.
僕たちが深く考えなかった最初の手紙、あれにはなんて書いてあっただろう。
We thought back to the recitation of the letter last night. Beatrice had proclaimed something inside it. She had proclaimed that, according to her contract with Kinzo, she would collect everything of the Ushiromiya family as interest. But then she had also revealed a special clause. If someone discovered the location of the gold grandfather had hidden, the right would be lost. When the letter was read, grandfather was still alive. At that time, it had already been sealed with wax by the head's ring, which meant grandfather had handed the ring over to Beatrice while he was still alive. Or, you know, tossed it out his window. If we take a straightforward approach, maybe we should assume Beatrice is carrying out that strange contract, with grandfather guaranteeing her that right. The Santa Claus? No, this is the Beto clause. That's why you have to put on her dress. What is this link? Yeah, this is Beatrice. This is a good link. Yeah, this is Beatrice. This is our idea of Beatrice so far. Beatrice is a little lady decor. She's not as... I don't think she's as large. It's pretty good. I like that. If we take a straightforward approach, maybe we should assume Beatrice is carrying out that strange contract, with grandfather guaranteeing her that right. In other words, this was the same as saying grandfather knew of and approved of the contents of that letter. In other words, it's basically a joint message from Beatrice and grandfather, telling us that Beatrice will start collecting interest if we don't solve the riddle. In other words, grandfather and Beatrice were demanding that we try and solve the riddle of the epitaph. And if we couldn't, they were saying that the massacre would be carried out according to the epitaph. What does that mean? What do they want? I don't have a clue what it means. Oh, Maria's doing her thing again. Hora. What? Another? Maria was pointing at the top of the table where canned food everyone had been eating just now still lay. A Western envelope from Beatrice certainly was sitting there, but so what? Aunt Natsuhi let out a hysterical cry, looking between her own hand and the table, because the envelope she had just opened was still grasped in her hand. Oh god, it just appeared out of nowhere. So why is there still an envelope on the table? She slipped another one in there. Is it? I don't know. It's my first assumption it was just always there and they didn't notice. Ooh. That was a very non-committal ooh.
私は何も知りませんよ。何も。
冗談じゃねえ。ここには俺たち8人しかいねえんだぞ。9人目がこっそり忍び込んでいたなんてこともあるわけがねえ。俺たちがちょいと肖像画の前に集まっていたわずかの隙しかないんだぞ。
A song's about to play that's a certified banger. Ooh, exciting. A lot of bangers so far. Oh, she's fucking strapped. Let's go. Oh, it's, hang on, it's about to kick off. Oh, is this the one? This is the one with the Star Trek voice clip, isn't it? That got replaced later because of the Star Trek voice clip. I guess I did put that back in with the mod. It's Data talking to the board queen? Oh my god. I watched that movie recently, and no wonder it sounded familiar. Because I haven't watched a lot of Star Trek. Holy shit, this goes hard. This is good. The music in this is so good. Alright. She's fucking strapped. She's ready to fire. She's got heat. On Natsuki, he was pointing the rifle at Genji and the others bellowing at them. Genji-san was overpowered. Genji-san OP. His face looking like he didn't have a clue what was going on. Of course, I felt the same, but a few moments late, I reached the same conclusion Aunt Natsuki had. Until just a few seconds ago, there had been no letter like this on the table. And nobody entered this room. That means someone among us, placed it there during the few seconds when everybody was looking away, preoccupied with the portrait. Oh, hey, holy shit. The breakdown, the chorus. This is good. Okay. Alright, calm down, miss. I picked it up. It was still sealed with wax. Even without disturbing its contents, I realized this was an as-yet unopened envelope, an unknown envelope. Sweet Creamy, you want me to flirt with you now when System 0 is going hard? Very well. I'll do it. Sweet Creamy, I've really enjoyed our time together, you know, here, in this room, locked inside Kinzo's study. It's just you and me here, and like 8 other people, but ignore them. This is about you and me. Look into my eyes, Sweet Creamy. I'm glad to have you here. In this locked room mystery, just the 2 of us, where System 0 is pounding our ears. It's the pounding you like, don't you? Without relying on a paper knife, I tore it open and pulled out the letter inside. The contents were as followed. Oh, is this her voice? Is this Beatrice's actual voice? We sure do. Yeah, that is the fucking Borg Queen from that one Star Trek movie, isn't it? It is just the Borg Queen, that situation where she's... I watched that Star Trek movie recently. I haven't watched much Star Trek, but I watched the Star Trek Next Generation movies with some friends. And yeah, there is that scene where the Borg Queen has like Data's strapped down, and it's like weirdly horny. Yeah, it was Insurrection, I think. Kono game. Yeah, Insurrection is in fact the one with Tom Hardy. Young Tom Hardy playing a young clone of Picard. I need to watch all of Star Trek up to DS9 to understand all of Umineko. I did want to watch Star Trek. I did want to watch more Star Trek. There are no ties in this murder game. It's really weird to see Tom Hardy bald, even like a 30-year younger Tom Hardy. Well, we got a little sneak peek at Bito's voice, I guess. Oh, Natsuhi's she's got a list of targets. Oh my god.
あんまりにございます。
私は肖像画の前に行く直前、ここに缶詰を置きました。
She did.
その時、このような怪しげな手紙は
So someone had to move it. Someone had not only to place the letter, but move the food.
そしてその時、すでにジェシカとジョージ君、バトラ君は肖像画の前に行った。
Yeah, it's a rifle, technically. So she's got more than just 2 shots a shotgun would have. Like a normal shotgun. It's a lever action rifle.
そして彼らはこの手紙が現れるまで肖像画の前を離れていない。つまりあなたたち4人の中にその手紙を置いた人物がいる。ベアトリーチェがいる。
おお、ベアトリーチェはマリアたちじゃない。ベアトリーチェはいるの。
I like to believe Natsuhi is like been training for this moment for her entire life. Like, unbeknownst to Kraus or anyone, she just picked up gun training at some point. I really want to see her use the gun sometime.
あなたたちの中の一人が
Like, actually use it instead of threaten to.
しかし確実にあなたたちの中に
Among you.
混じっている。
そうだぜ。19人目なんかいるわけがない。
Oh boy. We're at the everybody suspects each other part of the mystery.
魔女なんかいるわけがないんだ。カノン君を殺したのだって。そうさ。熊沢さんなら説明できるよ。熊沢さんは本当はカノン君と一緒にボイラー室に入り殺したんだ。
Listen for the Danganronpa? What part of this is Danganronpa? Oh, I see. It sounds like it's saying Danganronpa there. Small words from a small being trying to attack what he doesn't understand.
そして後から来たらもう倒れていたと嘘をついた。
誤解です、お嬢さん。
Yeah, this old lady, she definitely killed everybody.
私がなぜそのようなことを。
Oh yeah, First Contact, not Insurrection. I kind of got them combined in my head. Insurrection with Tom Hardy and First Contact with the Borg Queen are separate films.
母さんたちをどうやってあの密室で殺したのかは見当もつかない。
Wasn't it the I forget who it was in Insurrection. Like, I know it was Tom Hardy, but he was a clone made by someone.
でも母さんたちが殺された時使用人のなかったのは
It was like the Oh yeah, that's right. It was the weird aliens who had been like, it turned out they were the same aliens as the ones they were trying to protect in the movie, but like they had been exiled from the planet thousands of years ago and evolved to look different. That was it.
でも本当に疑ってもいいんだろうか。
確かにそれを言い出したら全ての件でアリバイはないが。
So we're back to blaming the servants again. Should we really be so quick to make that judgment? And yeah, First Contact was the one where they went back in time to the first like contact with the what was it? Not the Romulans. The Vulcans, yes. Thank you, Safushi. I almost said the fucking Namekians, and I'm like, wait, that's Dragon Ball? But yeah, the Borg were trying to travel back in time to prevent that, to prevent the, Starfleet from ever being created. Yeah, someone watched that horny scene between Data and the Borg Queen and were like, yeah, this is just like my visual novel characters. If King Piccolo was in Star Trek, he'd wipe. Yeah, I do feel like the Dragon Ball power levels are a little higher than the average Star Trek power level. Should we really be so quick to make that judgment? But this time, in this room, in this place, in this moment, in this minimally small bit of time and space, it's obvious. I guess no one could beat Q. You're like, could Piccolo beat God? Cisco could take him? You got a good point. Cisco is like base and does genocides for the greater good. That's what I've been told anyway. I haven't watched that one. Only one of the 4 of them could have set the letter there in our blind spot. We can't tell who put it there, but it's obvious that one of the 4 did it.
夏日さん、どうか落ち着きなさい。今日一日いろいろなことがあった。心が参っているのはよくわかります。
I know a lot of people like Cisco, yeah.
非常に心苦しいです。ですが、お父様の主治医として唯一無二の親友。
That is, she has a point. Not only were some of the servants like personally close to Kenzo, but they also knew him very well.
ベアトリーチェのことも知っているかもしれない。
I also love when Umineko goes hard on the organ. We've had a few songs like that.
そんなはずはない。落ち着きなさい。
Organ songs are great in general. It was pitiful to watch Dr. Nanjo frantically pleading his innocence. It was probably a normal reaction that anyone could give if they were suspected. Kumasawa was the same. Ever since Jessica voiced her suspicions of Kumasawa murdering Kanon, Kumasawa had been totally flustered. That was why Genji's still calm appearance looked so bold. Aunt Natsuhi pointed the barrel of the gun.
Genji.
Now for him. That's why my favorite song from Devil May Cry 1 is Ultraviolet, you know, the one where you're fighting Nero Angelo. Because that one has cool organs in it.
あなたはお父様の一番の部下。
Sorry, Nilo Angelo. It's L, not R.
ベアトリーチェとはあなたがお父様に見せた幻想。あなたこそがその実
Genji, did you put on that dress?
そうお疑いいただけるのは奥様が私を親子のような場ではありません。
Thanks for the compliment, he says.
しかしこの手紙を置いたのは私ではありません。
それを私が鵜呑みにできると思いますか。お前が首謀者に決まっています。あるいは熊沢も南條先生もその共犯。
You're all in it together, claims Natsuhi.
マリエちゃんもです。
And the 9-year-old. Not content to just suspect the adults, Aunt Natsuhi pointed the gun relentlessly at Maria too. But Maria acted as though nothing had happened. Or maybe she thought she would be fine even if she was shot.
マリアちゃん、今この場ではもう幼いから疑いの枠から外すという段階にない。だから誰もが昨夜からずっと持ってきた疑
Who
問
gave you the letter?
をもう一度ぶつけさせてもらいます。
Say the name again.
昨日バラ庭園であなたに手紙を渡したベアトリーチェは誰です。
Oh!
マリア、ごまかすんじゃねえぜ。この際はっきりさせろ。お前に手紙を渡したのは誰なんだよ。
I guess the one problem with this song is it doesn't loop very well.
だから何度も言ってるよ。ベアトリーチェだよ。1000年を生きる黄金の魔女なんだよ。
Yeah, Ultraviolet never did get a remix anywhere in the series, did it? But it's still really good. I like that you can use it. I like that it's one of the songs you can use as battle music in 5 if you have that DLC. The 1000-year-old Golden Witch.
後ろを振り返ればいい。ほら、そこにいるよ。ベアトリーチェが。
She's right there in the room, but I thought she couldn't get in.
バカにしてんのかってね。
よせジェシカ、マリアもよせ。状況が分かってんのか。
So now Maria's saying Beatrice got in the room, huh? But how could she do it if the scorpion thing was there? Oh, I guess she's talking about the painting, yes.
挑発はよしやがるってんだ。
マリアには分かんないよ。モトラたちは誰が犯人ならいいの？ 自分たちの中に犯人がいると信じたくない時だけベアトリーチェを信じて、親しい人を殺された恨みを晴らしたい時だけ。
I think it'll be very funny if I get a copyright claim just because of the incredibly garbled Star Trek clip in this song. I hope it doesn't happen, but I think it would be funny if it did.
だから見えないんだよ。
Trans Queen of Salt, thank you for following. Happy Pride Month. Welcome to the Rose Rabbit Army. Your eternal servitude is not optional, but is beloved.
ベアトリーチェはいる。
Beatrice.
お前たちには見えない。黙りなさい。
あなたが犯人だと決めつけたくはありませんが、この状況を不愉快にさせて楽しんでいる異的行為者であることはもはや疑いの余地もありません。
Your alternate title is Queen of Bottoms, so if it's, well then you'll do well here. Ho 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 ho.
ならどうするの？マリアを撃つ。
I guess Kinzo was right in the end. Yeah, Pyro Pollo. Maria's vibes are terrible.
別にいいよ。もうすぐ黄金鏡の扉
The
が開かれる。
Golden Land. She's an Eldritch player. Look out.
そして全ての死者が蘇る。
She's gonna come out of the graveyard next
今の
turn
死は恐れるべきことではないんだよ。
with an attack point boost. That's a great response to that. What she's saying right now is pretty suspicious.
になんかいられないよ。
でも夏日おばさん、どうか落ち着いて。マリアちゃんを撃つ理由は何もない。どうか冷静に。手紙は挑発するけど何も恐れることはない。犯人だって明日が怖いんだ。警察が怖いんだ。
Yeah, the police, they'll definitely come tomorrow, for sure. That's definitely gonna happen.
隔離されているからだけに過ぎない。台風が過ぎれば秩序が戻ってくる。
Sure will, buddy.
だからおばさん、撃っちゃいけない。
なんでジョージ兄さんはそんなにも冷静なんだよ。この4人の中に犯人がいる。いや、あるいは4人が全員来るかもしれない。
Always a good fun time when you reach the point of the mystery story where everybody's blaming each other for the murders.
僕だって犯人を見つけて殺してやりたい気持ちはあるさ。でもそれは単なる蛮行だ。
Barbarism.
僕は罪の裁きを秩序に任せる。だからどんなに疑わしくても引き金を引いてはいけないんだ。
ジョージの兄貴に同じだ。
Battler is so nervous. He's like, all right, listen, let's put the gun down.
夏日おばさん。
Put down the mayor's leg as featured in Wanted Dead or Alive.
ここはちょいと冷静になろうぜ。とにかく撃つのはまずいぜ。こういう時はよ、頭を後ろに反らしてクールになるって
Stay cool,
3
stay
回唱えるとい
cool,
いらしい
stay
ね。
cool.
はっきりさせておきます。魔女などいない。ここは六軒島で、ここは後宮家の本家屋敷です。
I feel like we're gonna have a lot of people saying this a lot over this visual novel. Witches don't exist!
後宮家代表、後宮夏日として宣言します。ここには魔女などいない。
I can't believe we're only in episode 1.
ベアトリーチェなど認めない。
How much more can things possibly pop off? Apparently a lot. People tell me that.
娘たちには指一本触れさせない。それが母としての、当家代表としての務めです。
This MILF has a shoddy and she's not afraid to use it. Those words were the final words of farewell that settled everything. To protect her daughter, Aunt Natsuhi would regard any suspicious person as an enemy. The only person George Aniki and I were standing on this side was because, by coincidence, we had a clear alibi regarding the letter. If I hadn't approached the portrait, I would also be at the other end of that gun barrel, treated like a criminal. But even though part of me thought that, part of me was thinking that chasing all the suspicious people from this room would finally guarantee our safety. Genji-san and Kumasawa-san and Dr. Nanjo, all of them were on grandfather's side. Maybe you could say that once Maria started blindly believing in Beatrice, she would also be on grandfather's side. That's right, they're all suspicious. But is this really okay? If we throw out all the suspicious ones in such a lawless way, will we still have the right to defy the lawlessness of the witch? If you kill them, you become just like her, or something like that. I don't know. I think you should kill everybody who bothers you. Kill all of your enemies. Okay, the Star Trek song is over. I guess we're calming down. Aunt Natsuhi didn't tell them to leave with her own words. But with wordless pressure, she induced them to say that themselves. Because if Dr. Nanjo didn't say those words, this cold silence would surely continue forever.
落ち着きなさい、ナスヒさん。だが気持ちはよくわかる。わしだって今朝からの異常な事件続きで頭がどうかなってしまいそうだ。だからわしらを疑いたい気持ちもよくわかる。
Yeah, no one has any idea what's going on, so it's really interesting to theorize about whether the witch is real, if the epitaph will come to fruition.
ですか。今だけは分かってください。
わかった。わしらは部屋を出ましょう。どうですかな、源氏さん。客間に戻って。
Oh, they're dead now. As soon as they step out that door, they're dead.
それをお望みでしたら、ぜひ。
What was it? One by the stomach, one by the knee. I forget the last one.
私は嫌ですよ。
Stomach. Knee, leg, and stomach. So there's our last three right there. The wolf is among us. Among us. They keep saying it. I'm sorry. It's too funny. It was obvious what Kumasawa-san was trying to say. If she was innocent, then she was being ejected into the dangerous territory along with the culprit. In the current situation, urging her to leave this room along with the suspects was almost exactly the same as letting her get killed. Yeah, it's just like that Telltale game, right? The Wolf Among Us. However, Kumasawa-san really was suspicious just for being the first one to discover that Kanon-kun had been murdered. At that time, everyone except Kumasawa-san had an alibi. Unless we could prove the existence of some contraption or the existence of some 19th person, Kumasawa-san was by far the most likely suspect. Grandma? I mean, just look at her. Could she kill a man? Or almost 10 people? I didn't want to believe it. However, Aunt Natsuhi and the rest of us were in such a difficult situation that we couldn't help suspecting her as well. So we didn't say anything to stop Aunt Natsuhi from trying to oppressively chase them from the room. We had stopped her from shooting, but we were passively agreeing to chase the others out of the room. On top of that, Maria spoke to the fretful Kumasawa-san.
大丈夫だよ。
大丈夫だよ。
ベアトリーチェは敬う人には優しいから。
Yeah, she'll kill you nicely.
熊沢さんはベアトリーチェがいるって信じてるもん。だからきっと大丈夫だよ。マリアは客間でテレビを見るよ。一緒に見ようよ。
Oh boy.
ここテレビがなくてつまんないもん。
It looked like Kumasawa-san found Maria's roguish laugh very frightening. Gosh, I can't imagine why. Not that I would be scared. Children don't scare me. I can punt Maria across the football field, but in the situation... Well, I'm sorry, Eva's not around anymore. I need another smug woman to project onto, and unfortunately, the only one around right now is 9 years old. And she's still funny to say the words, so... However, the three other people had agreed to leave the room. Kumasawa couldn't fight the flow and had to agree, crying as she went. I'm sorry, I constantly need I constantly need evil women to project onto. It's just my one need in life. It's like the hierarchy of needs. And one of those needs is evil women to copy the mannerisms of.
今夜はこれで。また明日お会いしましょう。
I'm sure you will. I'm sure you will.
今夜だけは分かってください。警察が来たら全員に今夜のこの無礼を必ず謝罪しますから。
Oh boy, they're really holding on to that police thing, huh?
チェスも
One of the cops ever helped anybody.
できたら安全なところに。現地頼みます。
かしこまりました。
仕方ありませんね。
It'll be fine. Everybody will be okay.
子連れの熊が一番恐ろしいと言いますから。
源氏も熊沢も本当に申し訳ありません。
I'm sorry to hear that. Apparently, the Telltale games are having issues on PS5. I remember Sonic Colors Ultimate had similar like graphical issues when they ported that.
マリアち
I
ゃん
hope they fix them sometime. I really would like to play Sonic Colors again.
冷たいおばさんをどうか許して。
マリアは許す。
Ooh!
奥様、この部屋の鍵です。2本すべてをお預けします。
Genji-san pulled 2 golden keys from his pocket and handed them to Aunt Natsuhi.
それから私が持っているお屋敷内の鍵束もお預けいたします。
He took out a bundle of about 10 keys of various shapes and handed it over. To the servants, those keys were probably proof of their position. Being placed in charge of those keys meant that they were trusted, relied upon. When they were forced to return them, it meant that they had lost that trust. Thinking about it this way, to Genji-san, who had worked here for a span of many years, there could be no greater shame. However, Genji-san's usual indifferent expression remained on his face.
源氏、私はお前をお父様がお亡くなりになったら長年の苦労をねぎらって
Oh god,
退職を許すつもりでいます。
he is now on the cusp of retirement. This dude is gone.
なのに
Thanks for giving him the ultimate death flag, Natsui. Good job.
私は心より恥じます。
私は親方様より今日までの日々はそれに対するご恩返しの日々であっただけです。どうかお気にやまれませんよ。
This dude is... he's dead the moment he steps out of that door.
それでは参りますかな、皆さん。おやすみなさい。
おやすみ。バトラもおやすみ。
あ、マリア、ちょっと待て。
Knowledge of guilt made me call Maria back. Yeah, Genji and Kinzo were definitely exploring each other's bodies. They were in a throuple with Bito. I groped around in my pocket and took out that scorpion keychain. Oh, he was lying?
魔除けなんだろ。身につけとけ。
おお、
He lied about losing it.
バトラ、確か落としてなくしたって。
あんときゃ、なんか尺になって。
Classic bluff. Classic bluff. Asmodem redeemed insult again? That's like the 3rd time today. Goodness, you really are a masochist, aren't you, Asmodem? My favorite little masochist. I bet you wriggle like a worm whenever I have to insult you like this. You like it, don't you? You little freak.
お前の大切なお守りをなくすわけねえだろ。
The battler will lie to win an argument with a 9-year-old child. Wouldn't you? I would. I lie all the time to adults. Maria silently took the charm. I was unable to say anything after that.
それでは皆様、おやすみなさいませ。
We watched them leave, our expressions completely worn out, and we weren't even able to respond. Oh, I also don't need to lie to destroy children's. I just think it's funny. Like, I would tell a child Santa Claus is real, the lie, and then I would say, actually, he's not, the truth. Until the door closed and we heard the auto lock, we were unable to breathe. Then we were finally allowed to take a breath. After that, I noticed that Beatrice's letter, which I had been gripping the whole time and which was soaked with my sweat, actually had 2 sheets. Oh boy, there's more! The paper had been tightly stuck together, so I'd mistakenly thought that there was only one. Oh, okay, alright, it's just another magic circle. There were no characters on the second sheet. It's the Triforce! Oh shit. She's ultra powerful, she's got the Triforce. I have to find the CG of the magic circle for meme edit purposes later. The thing drawn there was a magic circle written with a red ink like blood. Just like how every magic circle up until then had been different, this magic circle was one I'd never laid eyes on before. Hatsune Marvin redeemed a compliment? Everybody's wanting me to tell them things today. Hatsune Marvin, you've been a wonderful presence in my stream chat. And I would like to recognize your talents in other stream chats too, because there have been times I have participated in the streams of KZ Excellent, and you have provided many entertaining edits. It's a wonderful skill you have that must have cultivated after many hours of working hard in Photoshop. You're very funny to have around, and I love having you here. Thank you, Hatsune Marvin. Oh, I didn't read your second thing there. I'll do it again. You're the creator of the Alto and KM FF10-2 edit. Your prompt is to compliment me by describing your favorite part about it. Okay, sure. I thought that edit was hilarious. I don't know, just the fact that the edit with KM, the thing has just become to give him Judai Yuki's hair is really funny. I love that. I also just love that you just, it was Lulu. No, not Lulu. She's not in 10-2. It was Rika. You just made her purple. That's Alto. That was funny. I like that. Inside the circle, a large triangle and a small triangle were fit together in a simple design. A large triangle the size of a small triangle. But just as before, there was writing in Hebrew, and it seemed clear that it held some kind of meaning. USPaint.net? Even better. I wanted to know what that could be, but we had just chased Maria, the only person who could understand the meaning of magic circles, out of the room. Well, I mean, you're in Kinzo's library. He's got a lot of shit about that in here. I'm sure you can find it. I thought of this magic circle as Beatrice's second message. What does this magic circle mean? Damn it. After chasing out all the suspicious people, all we had to do was stay barricaded here until morning, and everything would probably be over. For sure, everything will be fine. Once the typhoon is passed, when the seagulls cry, they said it again. Will everything be resolved? Can Battler read? He can read. He's not that stupid. He's pretty stupid, but not can't read stupid. But the letter, which had unexpectedly appeared in the study, forced us to reject that naivete. Oh, that's right, it was Len. Sorry, I forgot that part. I thought it was from the opening cutscene. I think it was from the opening cutscene? I've only played FF10-2 once, and it was years and years ago, so I don't remember it too well. It had made it very clear that if time ran out, it would mean the witch's victory. When time runs out, is the witch planning to take on the offensive? This time, is she planning to display some fearful magical power, maybe something that could have been used to kill 6 adults at once? Wait, when is the time supposed to run out anyway? I don't know anything. That's true, she said there was like a time limit. We can't time or scam Beatrice and win. That just means we lose. Who are you trying to convince, Natsuhi? Even as she said that, Aunt Natsuhi couldn't stop gripping that rifle. There was no release in the tension of her expression. She should practice better trigger discipline then. Of course, none of us felt like breathing a sigh of relief. At least not until we could hear the cry of the seagulls once more. You said it again, but slightly different. Oh, eye catch. Oh, the clock is so big. Oh boy, almost 12 o'clock. Why is the clock so big? Just for emphasis that it's almost midnight? After we chased them out, nobody wanted to say anything. All of the suspicious ones had been driven away. Even though we knew there might be some innocence among them, we still did it. We chased them out of this paradise, where people don't have to suspect each other. But our motive for chasing them out was suspicion of one person towards another, the worst kind of crime for a human. I don't feel like that's the worst kind of crime, but whatever, I'll follow along with it. If we had accepted the existence of a 19th person, of the witch, then we all might still be talking face to face, trusting in each other. In that instance, we had agreed to chase out all of the suspicious people, but had that been the right thing to do? During this endless silence, we could do nothing but quietly be tormented by the sin. Aunt Natsuhi faced the door without letting go of her rifle for even an instant, sitting far back on the sofa. She would probably spend the night staring at the door without a wink of sleep. George Aniki gazed through a gap in the closed curtains by the window, looking down at the courtyard and the mansion that surrounded it. I didn't know whether he was checking to see if a suspicious shadow would become visible through the window, or whether he was wondering to himself about something. Jessica was sitting sideways on the sofa next to Aunt Natsuhi with a dead expression on her face. And every once in a while, as though she just remembered something, she'd take out the inhaler she had used during her asthma attack and stick it in her mouth. I just heard it from Aniki, but apparently Jessica liked Kanon-kun. It was apparently so vague that she hadn't realized it herself. You know, it's the kind of thing other people tend to spot before the person in question realizes it. Which means she might have first learned of her feelings when the person she liked died. It must have been so terrible, so sad. Come to think of it, Kanon-kun was the one who handed her that inhaler. Maybe she was remembering that. Well, that's sad. It sucks to be her. I would simply have not let my prospective love interest die. I was fishing around grandfather's study, thinking I'd researched the meaning of the magic circle on the letter's second sheet. Even though we were shut up here in a defensive position, my rebellious nature made me want to find some key, some way to resist. After all, we've got plenty of time before tomorrow morning. Who could fault me for how I used that time? No one else showed that much interest in this magic circle. Its meaning was unknown, and once we understood it, we were sure to find some message that would cause us unnecessary anguish. I felt the same way. However, I couldn't just ignore it, so I killed time by going through the motions of researching it. Yeah, I was thinking, it's probably in one of Kinzo's books, right? His magic books?
手がかりになるようなことは見つけられたかい？
さっぱりさ。そもそも日本語で書かれた本を探すことからして骨だぜ。
Well, you just have to find a picture of it, wouldn't you?
じいさまは一体何カ国語を読めたってんだ。大したもんだぜ。
バトラ君は眠くないの？誰かが起きていてくれてるうちに休んだ方がいいよ。夏日おばさんは寝ず番をしてくれると言ってるけど、体が持つわけない。ローテーションで休んだ方がいいよ。
I feel like that the adrenaline rush of the power of holding a big rifle will wear off eventually.
じゃあ兄貴が先に休めよ。俺は眠気が来るまでちょいと調べ物をしてるさ。
さっきの魔法陣？
魔法陣？
どうせ時間は腐るほどあるさ。ベアトリーチェ様がどういうメッセージを込めやがったのか面白そうだと。
よせよ。そういうのやってると妙なのに取りつかれちまうぜ。
安心しろよ。
I guess that's true, Collapse Visual. If he just found a picture then and wasn't able to read about it, it wouldn't do him any good. I'm just saying that's where you would start. Try to find a picture and see if you can figure anything out from there. She said your vibes were terrible for magic. A little bit, maybe. She's literally neurodivergent and a minor, after all.
今はそれを考えてはなりません。
でも母さん、もしもマリアが無関係で犯人が他にいたなら、犯人は襲いやすい相手を狙うに決まってる。それで殺されたなら。
Oh no, I don't think Maria's going out for a long time.
したことになるよ。
She needs to be here to explain magic circles to us. A gloomy silence settled once again. It looked like Jessica regretted letting her emotions take hold of her and snapping at Maria. She's always been like that, always acting tough and regretting it later.
気持ちはわかりますが、マリアは犯人と接触し、
Allegedly.
こともあろうか、その肩を持つように煙に巻く発言を繰り返しています。私はこの部屋から追い出せて。
I think it was a good idea to throw the 9-year-old out, says Natsuki.
夏日おばさんって結構きついっすね。9歳の女の子のザレ言かもしれないじゃないっすか。
It probably wasn't very convincing to hear that coming from me. I myself thought Maria was creepy on several occasions, even doubting her true nature. And when Maria was chased out of this room, I couldn't deny I'd felt some relief.
もしそうだったなら、明日謝罪します。彼らをこの部屋から追い出したのは全て私の責任です。だからあなたたちが気に病むことはないのです。
I could feel a tragic determination in Aunt Natsuhi's words. To protect her own daughter, she had resolutely chased out the suspicious ones. And if, as a result, she had to watch the people who had unfortunately been suspected die, so be it. She was prepared to take full responsibility. Battler researching Kinzo's study like me trying to learn how to play real meta decks in Yu-Gi-Oh! It does feel like that, isn't it? Like researching tomes in other languages. Sometimes you are. Sometimes you are trying to research something in another language to learn about Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards.
自分で自分の首を絞めてるぜ。
She's too quirky.
マリアちゃんが魔女や魔法に傾倒するようになったのは、
Yeah, it's her hyperfixation, we know.
僕は
Well, that
ローザお
too.
ばさんのせいじゃないかと思ってる。
ローザおばさんのせい？何がどう関係してるってんだよ。
バドラ君だって気づいてるんじゃないかい。マリアちゃんの本当の父親はずいぶん昔に
Yeah,
蒸発してるんだ。
Kinzo said they didn't know who her dad
おばさんは
was.
それを海外出張とか言ってごまかしているけどね。
Oh yeah, that's a huge lie.
後宮家ではローザさんたちに関わる話はタブーとされているところがあります。
おばさんは再婚だって考えたと思うよ。でもマリアちゃんの存在が枷になって非常に難しかったんじゃないかと思うんだ。だっておばさんは時折
You wonder how many of Kinzo's grimoires are just D&D source books? I've been told there are apparently numerous Umineko fanfics that's just the family playing D&D, which sounds funny. Sounds like something I'll have to check out a good one of once I'm far enough into this. She sure
それに
does.
ついては同感だぜ。ローザおばさんはマリアを好きになろうと努力してるように見えた。ってことはつまり好きじゃないってことなんだよな。
Bito would play GURPS. Well, yeah, then you can just make up whatever bullshit you want.
母親の感情的な拒絶が
Yeah, that's right. They told me it wasn't just a fanfic, the D&D one. It was like a whole custom like fan visual novel with the sprites.
そしてどこかでオカルト趣味と出会い、心の隙間を埋めるように没頭していく。知ってるかい？マリアちゃんにとって魔女のイメージは決してネガティブなものじゃないんだよ。ほら、昨日海岸でマリアちゃんの
She was very excited about it.
ああ、なんだか楽しそうな落書きでいっぱいだったぜ。
She's just like me for real. To me, villainy isn't bad either. It is freeing, empowering. Yesterday, when we were down by the beach doubting the witch, Maria got all riled up and started explaining about witches, and not one of the pages has shown a picture of an ugly witch. They were all brightly colored, beautiful, cute witches who looked like they were having fun. There was absolutely nothing sinister about them, like a boy might have imagined. They were beings adorned with beautiful dresses who could grant anyone's dreams with their mysterious magic and who made everyone happy. The sorrow of not being loved by her mother. Had Maria sought help from the witches as beings who could give her happiness and save her? Someday a witch would come and, using her wonderful magic, would bring Maria happiness. Even though she believed that, as she grew older, she had to face reality as her fleeting dreams were sliced to ribbons one by one. If something claiming to be the witch of Rokenjima appeared in front of a girl like that, whispering that she'd take Maria to the Golden Land where Maria could be happy.
僕は今頃になって胸中を告白するよ。
Oh boy, what now, George?
マリアちゃんを、いや、源氏さんたちを追い出したのは多分。
Yeah, probably. At least 3 of those people are dead by now, I'm sure.
気まずくはあるぜ。
Since Jessica had been the one to face them and slam them with words of rejection, her conscience must be tormenting her a lot right now.
なら皆さんはあの手紙をどう説明するのですか？私の後ろにいた4人以外の誰にも置くことはできなかった。それは私がこの目ではっきり確認しています。あの4人が潔白だというなら、どうやってこの密室の8人もの人間がいる中で手紙を置けたというのですか？
そうなんだよ。
She makes a point.
その話が始まっちまうと、確かに4人は怪しいってことになっちまう。だが、全然ダメなんだ。
全然ダメだ。
全然ダメだぜ。
全然ダメだぜ. He says it so many times.
何がだい？
They put it in bold to emphasize that this is Battler's catchphrase.
もう今さら何の役にも立たないかもしれねえが、またチェス盤をひっくり返させてくれ。つまり、
Oh boy, chessboard. He's saying all of his catchphrases in very quick succession.
そうだぜ。あんなテーブルの上に堂々と置いたら。
Yeah, it was obviously someone trying to set people against each other and ferment suspicion. You fell right into their trap, you moron. Baka.
やるなら、例えば扉の隙間に置いて廊下側から差し込まれたように見せかけるとか。そうだよ。部屋の外に犯人がいるように見せかけなきゃ自分が疑われてしまうことが分かってたはず。
ああ、そういうことなんだ。あの4人の中に犯人がいたとして、テーブルのど真ん中に手紙をポンと置くことはリスクばかりで何の意味もないんだ。だが、どうやってそこに手紙を置いたかのトリックは置いといて。
Because he doesn't want to think about it right now.
あの4人以外の誰か、すなわちこの部屋の外に犯人がいたと仮定したとき。
How's the Umineko? Good so far. We got the song with the Star Trek clip in it. That was funny.
よしなさい、バトラク。
Battler, stop thinking.
今さら些細な問題です。
It doesn't matter. Natsuhi-san quickly guessed what I was getting at. No, maybe she had thought of it long before I had and had simply held her tongue.
この部屋の外に犯人がいて、俺たちが外からは手出しをできない密室
Yeah, this is still chapter 1.
手上げだ。ああ、そうだよ。この部屋からじい様がいなくなったって話の時、俺が披露した説じゃねえか。じい様が自分から出ていくという説。自分から出ていくような何かの細工を犯人がして、まんまと外へおびき出していたのだとしたら。
Come to think of it, when we found the scorpion magic circle on the doorknob to the study, Maria said it herself. Beatrice couldn't get through this door, but she could induce someone to leave of their own accord.
だとすると、私たちは犯人の罠に見事はまって。
It wasn't even hard. She did it like immediately and you all fell for it.
新しい生贄候補を送り出しちまった。
That would never happen to me. I wouldn't fall for that.
源氏たちもバカではありません。身を守ろうと思うなら、この部屋の次に安全な場所をすぐに思いつくでしょう。そこできっと身を潜めています。
Aunt Natsuhi hadn't answered the question. Aunt Natsuhi herself had realized that if the culprit wasn't in our group back then, that letter would make sense as a trap. However, it wasn't worth the risk of calling back the people she had once thrown out. To Aunt Natsuhi, right now, her greatest and only duty was to protect the children. By her thinking, in order to do that, a few sacrifices were unavoidable.
なあ、夏日おばさん。きついこと聞くぜ。もしあの時、たまたまジェシカもおばさんの後ろにいたなら。
Yeah, what have you done? Would you have done the same thing to your own
お
daughter?
ばさんはこの部屋からジェシカも追い出してたかい？確かに残酷なところはあったかもしれない。
Brutal.
でも、夏日おばさんは母として娘を守りきろうと思った。その責務から自分がやがては糾弾されることを覚悟で彼らを追放したんだ。俺は別にそれを責めてえわけじゃねえ。ただジェシカはいいお袋を持ったなってそう思ったのさ。
そうだね。
You're a great mom, Natsuhi, is
夏
what
日お
he's...
ばさんは
It's
朝か
funny.
らずっと続いているこんな事件の中でも冷静さを失わずずっとみんなを牽引して
I think the gun gives her more confidence. I think that helps.
もしおばさんまで混乱していたら僕たちは今頃全員犯人の手にかかっていたかもしれない。だから僕たちはおばさんに感謝しなくちゃいけないと思う。
ありがとう。
バトラたちの言いたいことはマリアの母でもあってほしいって。
She'd probably be better than Rosa, at least.
私マリアのことを実の妹みたいだとずっと思って可愛がってきた。なのにいろんなことがあってちょっと混乱しちゃってひどいことをたくさん言って傷つけてしまった。
I don't know. She didn't seem to care that much.
母さん
When he said mean things to her, she was like giggling about it. She thought you were dumb.
マリアもみんなも一緒にいようよ。私たちの中に犯人なんていなかった。
Among Us!
この事件の犯人は魔女のベアトリーチェでいいじゃないか。
There is no culprit among us.
もう疑い合うのはやめようよ。
Aunt Natsuhi closed her eyes for a short while. Was she coping with her throbbing headache again, or was she thinking of something?
ジェシカは主人と結婚してから12年もかけてようやく授かった大切な娘です。私はジェシカを守るためならどのような鬼にでもなります。
That's a pretty raw line, honestly. That was some pretty strong language at the end there. She realized very well that her words were an idealized view of what a mother should be. But even so, she was strongly resolved to protect her daughter, even if she had to become a demon. But that was her guilty conscience tormenting her. Today's been so long. So many things happened in one day, and we've been driven into a corner so thoroughly. I wonder if we have the right to greet tomorrow the way we are now. There it is.
見つけた。
Oh, he found the book with the
こ
circle
の
in
魔
it.
法陣だ。
Inside the book I'd been flipping through, I had found the same magic circle that had been drawn on the second sheet of the letter. George on it appeared at it as well. This magic circle's name was the third magic circle of Mars. The Hebrew written on it was from Psalm 73, verse 13 of the Old Testament. What God is so great as our God? The meaning of the magic circle was discord. Agitate internal divisions and cause the enemy to bring about their own downfall.
おいおい。
Beatrice just basically told you to to get owned.
マジかよ。
You owned yourselves. Could there be a more fitting way to describe our current situation and mental state? We couldn't help but be stunned into silence.
じゃあこの手紙は
Yeah,
罠だってのかよ。
she played a little trick on you.
どうやってここに置いたんだよ。この部屋には私たち8人以外には誰もいなかったんだぜ。
とにかくどうやってここに置いたのか、その方法は捨ておくぜ。とにかく犯人の狙いはたった一つ。
Just one thing.
この鉄壁の書斎に
That's right.
疑心暗鬼を引き起こして、
The whole goal was to get you to throw some people out, and you fell for it. Hook, line, and sinker.
だとしたら狙いは外へ出された
Oh
人
yeah,
たち
they're
だ。
everyone, but probably Maria is super dead.
母さん、どうしよ
All
う。
three of those servants, they're dead as hell.
あの4人が危ない。
It wasn't surprising that Aunt Natsuhi remained unpleasantly silent. Even if this was all a trap by the culprit, even if the four who had been chased out of the room were in danger, it had nothing to do with the safety of the four people in here. And there was no way to prove the innocence of the four we chased out. If we're willing to let them die, then we shouldn't leave this room no matter what. That way is safest. At that time, suddenly, the piercing sound of a phone rang throughout the room. Oh boy, this'll be fun. It was the antique extension phone set on the table in Grandfather's study. It had rung right after we started talking about the letter being a trap. It was natural we think of it as an SOS from the ones we chased out. But then Aunt Natsuhi spoke.
どうして電話が
Oh boy, this'll be fun.
故障
This'll
して
be
使え
fun.
ないはずなのに。
そんなことは関係ねえさ。
That's right, the phone lines were down too.
もしマリアたちが助けを求める電話だったら、
そもそも電話の普通が犯人の工作によるものならば、この電話はおそらく
From them. With that one sentence, the ring of the phone, which had once sounded like a scream for help, now started to sound like a ghastly lure from some unknown person. Aunt Natsuhi hesitated over whether to pick up the receiver.
トロ、
This is when you started to get freaked out? Well, yeah, it doesn't make any sense that the phone should be working, that's true.
何かの理由で電話が回復したのかも。マリアちゃんたちからの緊急の電話の可能性もある。
そうだぜ。
There's like some special CG that might not be here. You'll DM it to me if it's not here. All right.
それに万一犯人からの電話だったら上等さ。話を聞いてやろうじゃねえか。
Yeah, why not? It'll be fun.
どうせ電話だ。
But yeah, I don't think there's any like weird CGs in this version because it's the original sprites.
受話器越しに何をほざいたって痛くも痒くもないぜ。
That would be in the PS3 version probably.
おばさんが取らないなら俺が取るぜ。
私が取ります。
Moshi Moshi?
もしもし。
Oh, she actually said it. I stretched out to my hand to take the receiver, but Aunt Natsuhi grabbed it before I could reach. We all held our breath, trying to figure out who the person on the other side of the other end of the phone was. But for a while, Aunt Natsuhi had kept saying, hello? A silent phone call. There's no way Maria and the others would do something so creepy. Which means, could this phone call possibly really be? Natsuhi stopped repeating hello and strained her ears, because she thought she heard something far away on the other end of the receiver. Which was what?
歌
Ooh, spooky.
歌って何ですか、おばさん。
わかりません。電話の向こうでかすかに誰かが歌っているのが聞こえます。何のことやら。
ちょっと受話器を借りますぜ。
It is a little creepy.
もしもし。
I wouldn't say I'm freaked out, but it's spooky. It's the right atmosphere. I like it. I half forced the receiver from the stunned Aunt Natsuhi's hand and pressed it against my ear. At first, I didn't hear anything. But because I had been told about it beforehand, I noticed. It sounded far away from the receiver rather than someone speaking in a quiet voice, and it sounded like a girl singing a song. That voice did sound like Maria's, but that just made the situation even more inexplicable. Yeah, I can hear it. I'll be quiet for a second to see if you can hear it too. It's hard to pick up a little bit. At the very least, the one who had made the phone call hadn't been Maria. After all, Maria was singing some song far away from the receiver. In that case, the one who made the phone call should have been Genji-san, Kumasawa-san, or Dr. Nanjo. And yet, they weren't saying anything. Why? For what reason? The person who made this phone call... Who was it?
おい、もしもし、誰だ、返事をしろ。歌ってるのはマリアなのか。返事をしてくれ。
何が起こってんだよ。どういうことだ。わ
からねえ。
He doesn't know a damn thing.
多分これは罠で。
Oh, it's definitely a trap.
危険だってことだけだ。
Aunt Nazi, he took the receiver again, but after yelling into it several more times, she realized that she wasn't getting anywhere and hung up. After that, she dialed quickly. Then she clicked her tongue. That's right, if the phones are working, we should be able to reach the police. But judging by Aunt Natsuki's reaction, the outside telephone line still didn't connect.
行こ
So it's just the outside lines that aren't working.
う。罠かもしれないことは分かってても行かないわけにはいかない。
ああ、まったくだぜ。ジェシカと夏井おばさんはここにいてくれ。
The boys will handle this. When Aniki and I tried to dash out, Aunt Natsuki stopped us.
お待ちなさい。
I mean, she is the one with the gun, yeah. A friend of yours read this with the PS3 sprites, and it actually had Maria singing in the background. She was singing in the background. There was singing. It was hard to hear, but there was. I tried to turn it up to see if the chat could hear it, but maybe it just didn't come through clearly.
あなたたちだけに行かせるわけにはいきません。私も行き
There
ます
was singing, though. I could hear it.
ジェシカはここで待ちなさい。
私だけのけ者かよ。冗談じゃない。私も行くぜ。
そうだな。その方がいいかもしれない
Strength in numbers.
電話が俺たちをさらに分散させる狙いがあるってんなら、留守番を残すのは適当じゃねえ。
Yes, it was the singing was very faint, so I'm surprised it didn't come through on stream. I'm not surprised, I mean.
みんなで行こ
Aunt Natsuki raised the rifle high and took the lead. I couldn't go unarmed myself. I found a 3-pronged candle stand and readied it. Although the pins on it used to fit candles were short, it was almost like a 3-pronged spear. Oh boy, this will be fun. Yeah, it's like they say in Scooby-Doo, splitting up the gang is always a bad idea. They're always like, let's split up, gang! And it never works out. It always leads to a funny chase scene. Maybe we'll get that. Beatrice, like, chasing them through the mansion and they go through different doors. That would be funny. Okay. I think this is a good moment to take a short break. I promise it will only be a minute, so please stick around, okay? I'll be gone for just a minute. I have to refill my water cups and take a princess break. So, just give me a moment, okay, everybody? Thank you. Arigato. Ho, 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 ho. I'm back. Hello. Hello. It's me. I've returned, and I'm here to, yes, engage in a Scooby-Doo hallway chase with Beatrice. Or maybe something else. We'll see what happens, right? We'll see what goes on. It'll be funny either way, I think. It will be funny either way. Magane mode? Very well. There's the glasses. Are you happy with your decision? Then let us continue, now that I have my reading glasses on. Then the four of us left the study. We left the study, which should have been the safest place inside the mansion. By doing this, we had been lured out, even though we had barricaded ourselves in a safe, closed room. Perhaps we were doing exactly the same thing Grandfather had done when he disappeared from that room. Decent, Ojo-sama laughed. Just decent? Just decent? I'm not going to respond to that anymore. I listened closely but didn't hear anything. The mansion was vast, and since the passing typhoon was making its last stand, the sound of the strain was even noisier than before.
マリアちゃんは確か客までテレビを見たいと言ってたよね。階下に降りてみよう。
Ah, more spooky music.
そうですね。行ってみましょう。みんなは周りに用心して。
おい。
With Aunt Natsuhi in the center, her rival ready and her finger on the trigger, we moved in a group, our backs together, checking our surroundings in all directions. Natsuhi has terrible trigger discipline. It was just as though the magic of that magic circle designed to spread discord had worked. We had split up and furthermore had been dragged out into dangerous territory. In other words, even now, we were doing just what the culprit wanted us to do. This was a separate world where it wouldn't be odd for anything to suddenly occur. I understand you were being genuine, Sweet Creamy, but just decent? My laugh is just decent? Only decent. I'll have you know, everything about me is far above decent. Just decent, I swear. Aunt Natsuhi nervously pointed the barrel of the gun at every dark spot and shadow. It felt like that motion was out of fear rather than caution. But the rifle she held in her hand should have been a trump card the culprit feared.
僕はずっと思ってたんだ。カノン君のように胸にあのアイスピックを突き刺すことは不可能ではないと思う。でも母さんたちのように頭蓋骨を打ち抜いて眉間に突き立てるなんて。
That's right, as Madame
簡単なこ
everything.
とじゃないと思うんだ。
犯人はそれだけバカ力ってことか。
Animal strength.
多分あのアイスピックを飛ばす、あるいは打ち込む射出
The
のような
ice pick
武器が
gun.
あるんだよ。人力だけであれだけ深々と始突するにはあの絵は短すぎる。
いずれにせよ、頭蓋骨を打ち抜くほどに強力です。
That's true. Skulls are pretty thick.
カノンの傷も肺にまで届いていたそうです。もし相手の姿を見ても決して前に出ないように、私の後ろから出てはいけませんよ。
Just how sinister and frightening was the weapon that could shoot those creepy ice picks? And could I do anything to combat it with just this candle stand in my hand? Nice rhyme. In the first murder, the culprit probably assaulted all four of our parents at once as they discussed the inheritance problem in the dining hall. And there were four of us here now. Apparently, I wasn't the only person thinking this. George Aniki, Jessica, and of course, Aunt Natsuhi were stretching their senses to the utmost limit, in the highest and worst state of tension, slowly advancing one step, then another. What have we done? Because of the seeds of doubt spread by that one letter, we threw Maria and the rest into the middle of this terrifying world. I really like the sense of tension this is setting up. Like the mansion, which had been seen, even if they thought Kinzo was nuts, they had all seen the mansion as a very safe and cozy place, and now it's like a haunted horror house. It's a really good tone. We finally reached the first floor. Yeah, now they are playing Resident Evil. The parlor was just across the hall. A zombie could jump out at any moment. You gotta conserve that ammo. When we listened carefully, we could hear it faintly. Maria's eerie singing voice. She wasn't singing naturally, as though she were in a good mood. She was singing mechanically, like she was at a graduation ceremony and she'd been ordered to. The song she sang was just a common folk song, one that everyone was probably sung in school at one point or another. But why that, in the middle of the night, alone, with all her heart, over and over? Why? Right after leaving the study, we had called out in loud voices, asking Maria where she was. But this time, no one said even a single word. We hid our breath in the sound of our footsteps, and, intensely focused on our surroundings to the point of being completely high-strung, we stepped forward. The door to the parlor was closed, but we could hear Maria's singing voice through it. Aunt Natsuhi put her hand on the handle of the doorknob, when George Oniki stopped her. Yeah, that way you can shoot through it.
わかりました。気をつけて。開けると同時に攻撃してくるかもしれないぜ。
Oh boy.
ジョージ兄さん、注意して。
Tensions are high.
じゃあ、行くよ。
He tried to open it, but immediately felt the hard resistance of the lock. Door stuck! Door stuck! Aunt Natsuhi took the bundle of keys from her pocket and gave them to George. There were about 10 keys, and none of us had a clue which was which. Because of this, George had to fumble around loudly and test several of the keys. Oh boy, you guys are really ruining your element of surprise here. Automod does not like the word dick sucker, but I do. I'll allow it. I added permitted term, all caps, dick sucker. Genuine dick sucker moment. Since we had hidden our footsteps, preparing to make a surprise attack on the room, this almost felt fatal. The whole time, we could hear Maria's voice from the parlor singing the same song over and over. It was like a broken, crazy cassette tape. We'd been in that room almost constantly since morning. All the frightening things had occurred outside that room. That had left us with the impression that not only was this room safe, that baseless impression was quickly falling apart. Oh boy. Anyways, then she started blasting.
おばさん、一気に飛び込んで左右に分かれよ。扉を開けてボサッとしたら例のアイスピックがど真ん中に飛んでくるかもしれねえ。
I like how they've totally convinced themselves that this had to be some sort of ice pick gun.
承知しています。いいですか？
やっぱ嫌だって言いてえな。
I readied myself. If they're gonna be throwing ice picks, I'll whack them with this candle stand.
行きます。
Aunt Natsuhi and I rammed into the door before flying into the parlor, quickly splitting up left and right, and searching for the parlor for someone who might be waiting for us. But what our eyes landed upon, oh boy, fun, 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 was an incredibly strange sight. The parlor was stained with blood. This place, where we spent almost the entire day, where we pressed in together to protect ourselves from some unknown malice, had been stained with fresh blood, had become an ocean of blood. On the floor lay Genji-san, Kumasawa-san, and Dr. Nanjo, their entire bodies stained bright red with blood. But the only way we could identify them was by their clothes. That was because... ah, that's right, this is how the whole tragedy started. Their faces, just like our smashed-up parents in the shed, you couldn't tell where their eyes had stopped and their noses began. It was as though they'd rudely plunged their faces into tornado pot pies, all squished up. Ah! And that wasn't all. Their bodies had other wounds. It was those demon ice picks. Let me guess, stomach, knee, and legs. I warned you about the stairs, bro. It keeps happening. In Genji-san's stomach, Dr. Nanjo's thigh. No, his knee? That's right, of course, it's his knee. In the epitaph, the 6th twilight was the stomach, and on the 7th twilight, the knee was gouged. So after seeing one of them stuck near Kumasawa Ba-chan's calf, I couldn't help masochistically laughing. Ah, that's right. On the 6th twilight, gouge the stomach and kill. On the 7th twilight, gouge the knee and kill. On the 8th twilight, gouge the leg and kill. Ah, now even the 8th twilight is over. And the next one, the 9th twilight, what was it again? Maria was there. She was facing the wall in the inner part of the room, standing stock still, completely alone. She faced away from this horrible scene, standing by the wall, singing her song over and over. The Golden Slaughter. There was nothing else in the room. Just the corpses of the 3 who had been brutally killed and the phone receiver, which was still off its hook, proving that this was the room the call had come from. Oh, here's a fucked up CG. Oh boy. Yeah, that's pretty good. It's not as... I expected it to be more graphic. But that's really good for the implication. I guess I can put it on there. There it is. That's pretty good, right? I didn't expect it to cover the whole screen. I don't know why I did that. Anyways. Just that and Maria, her back to this scene as she kept on singing while facing the wall. We couldn't even scream at this bizarre scene. We could only stare, shocked, with our mouths loosely hanging open. Looking good. Jessica called out to her, but Maria showed no reaction. Alone, she kept singing on and on. We had come here trying to save Maria from some approaching danger. She is the danger. Watashi wa danger desu. So now that we had found her, we should have been running up to Maria, hugging her, joyous that she was safe. And yet, not one of us could do that. Everyone thought it, but they couldn't say it. After all, because... That's right, even if that's crazy, no, it couldn't be. This sprite is kind of neat in pachinko mode. If I get the chance, I'll look at it. At some point, Aunt Natsuhi and I had pointed our weapons at Maria's back. I yelled at Maria in a violent voice, but there was no reaction. She just kept singing. With the candle still readied, I ran up to her and forcibly, and no violently, slammed my hand down on her shoulder. Then I pulled on her shoulder, forcing her to turn around. Maria's small body was quickly pulled down and fell. And as though unhappy at having her singing interrupted, Maria looked into my face with her usual expression. Even in this gruesome situation, she was just like normal. Oh boy. Of course she says that. What did you expect? I threw the candle stand I'd been holding against the wall. The violence of that reckless sound should have gone straight into Maria's heart. But Maria's expression didn't change at all. I don't know why you're expecting anything different at this point.
19人目はいるんだ。ベアトリーチは実在するんだ。じゃあマリア、これくらいは教えてくれるよな。奴はこの3人をどうやって殺したんだ。何をどうやったらあんなむごい殺し方ができるんだ。
The ice picks.
知らない。
知らねえってことはねえだろ。この部屋での出来事だぞ。歌を歌うのに夢中で気づかなかったとか言い出すんじゃねえだろうな。落ち着いてバトラ君。
And not a good situation for Badler. He's having a moment. George Aniki, as he always did, crouched down next to Maria so that their eyes met and talked to her very kindly.
と歌ってみなさいって言ったの。
She didn't want her to see the slaughter. Gigaboots is raiding with a party of 326. Oh my god, there's so many bannies. The bannies are screaming at the golden slaughter. A lot of people just died. El Gordo Supreme, welcome to the Rose Rabbit Army. The bannies. The bannies. Gamer Rex 27. Suzushiro RYT Young. Dante Namikaze, who I think just subbed. Thank you. Viridian JG, Howard the Duck 95. I loved your comment written by Steve Gerber. Not so much the George Lucas joint. Juicifrost, Pink Cheese, Jax Bizarre, VRC6. These are so many names I've seen in the Gigaboots chat room. Welcome one and all. Oh my god, did I miss anyone? Leviathan Thompson, Apegicine, Handsome Catboy. Oh, do stick around, Handsome Catboy. Thank you. Mishanese. Okay, it's just going through them slowly. Robe DLB. There's so many of you. Thank you so much, Gigaboots. Thank you so much, Gigaboots. If you can't tell, I am playing Umineko When They Cry, a classic visual novel. And let me see, we're up to 13 dead bodies in Chapter 1. 13 people have died. It is a murder mystery visual novel. So, if you like murders and mysteries, do consider sticking around. We're at the climax of the first episode, yes. There are 8 in total. It is very long. You love Umineko, you cosplay Renove. I don't know who that is yet, so this will be fun. Are the MILFs okay? All but one are dead, Dante Namikaze. I'm sorry. The MILFs are not okay. Yeah, we're at what appears to be the climax of episode 1. Oh my god, there's so many follows. Thank you all so much. Welcome everyone to the Rose Rabbit Army. I guess now's the perfect time to tell you that worship of my beauty is mandatory. All new followers. You are required to worship my beauty and to sing my praises every moment of every day. That's a qualification of following. You can't unfollow, by the way. Don't even think about it. Did the one with the shotgun die? No, that's Natsuhi. She's still with us. Let me see. Lala's Unversed, Buster's Gear, Super Fancom Podcast, Gaijin 79, Kuro Zora 13. I'm caught up again. Good. Welcome all. Which MILF is left? Natsuhi. We'll see her sprite in a second. Ugh! Beatrice did it. I hope you're all enjoying this song in the background. Umineko has great music. Yes, I would like to remind you that it's in the tags, but please do not spoil Umineko if you've played it before. I have not, and I am enjoying my time with it. So that's the only thing I ask of you raiders who may or may not have played Umineko. We haven't even seen Beatrice's face yet. I mean, I've seen it in like, due to cultural osmosis, but... Umineko music does in fact come. It both fucks and comes. Well, obviously that didn't work. It didn't have the funny scorpion on it, so it can't keep Beatrice out. Also, this VN is pretty unique. It has full voice acting by many very talented voice actors in the Japanese world. For example, our protagonist battler is voiced by Daisuke Ono, who you might know as Jotaro Joestar. She can get in and kill whoever she wants. Isn't that neat? Huh? Yeah, there's Daisuke Ono. He's basically just doing his Osomatsu voice.
そんなわけねえだろお前は何を言ってやがるんだ
Oh no, she's going sicko mode.
信じられないよね
You have to be nice to Maria. She's 9 years old. She's literally a minor and neurodivergent. That's not even a joke. I'm not even joking about that. She is literally neurodivergent. It's not. It's basically textual.
だから言いたくない
Witches are her hyperfixation.
どうせ言っても信じないよ
You don't believe in the witches, so you deserve to die.
でもベアトリーチェは魔女なの不思議な魔法で何でもできるのだからベアトリーチェは鍵のかかった扉なんか
Locked room mysteries mean nothing to her.
それで現れたベアトリーチェはそしてみんなはどうしたの？
ベアトリーチェは言ったよおじい様の書斎は強力な力に
That's
守られ
right.
ていて
She couldn't get in. She couldn't get into that one. It was protected by funny magic. Da, 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 da,
だ
da,
から
na,
あ
na.
と3人の生贄はこの客間の4人の中から選ぶってみんな嫌だって言ったよ
But she killed them
お
anyways.
父さんは嫌だ嫌だってすごい言ってたでもベアトリーチェは選ぶよそしたらねベアトリーチェはマリアはいいよって言ってくれたのどうしてだと思うバトラがマリアの安全を祈って念を込めてくれたあの火星
Yeah, he gave that to her.
サソリのお守りがあったからだよ
He gave it to her, the scorpion
だ
charm.
からその力でベアトリーチェは私にだけは何もできなかっただから生贄はマリアじゃない3人に決まったの
So that's all the servants. We've got all of our sacrifices. According to the riddle, everybody, once all the sacrifices have been killed, Beatrice will revive.
そしたらねベアトリーチェ
She's like a weird ghost right now, according to Maria.
さあさ壁に向かってお歌を歌って聞かせなさい
Don't look at me stab all these people to death.
あなたはたくさんたくさんお歌を歌うから何が起こって何が聞こえても聞こえない聞こえないわからないさあさ楽しいお歌をわらわに
We should be able to check the tip menu for the epitaph? Yeah, I can do that. Oh, also for the other letters, yes. So we're up to here. All 8 twilights. Everybody's been killed. On the 9th twilight, the witch shall revive, then none shall be left alive. How fun, right? Oh yeah, for the corpses too. Look at all these dead characters. All the ones in red are dead. Rip to her. That's right, they all get different descriptions when they die. Ushiromiya Kinzo burned in the incinerator with a weapon resembling an ice pick sticking out of his forehead. The old sorcerer's wish vanished before it could be granted. He always knew that this was one possible result of his risky gamble. Family Dr. Nanjo, found in the parlor. His thigh had a weapon resembling an ice pick sticking out of it, and his face has been smashed. At the 7th twilight, gouge the knee and kill. Servant Genji, found in the parlor. He had a weapon resembling an ice pick sticking out of his stomach, and his face has been smashed. At the 6th twilight, gouge the stomach and kill. Where's Canon? There you go. Found in the boiler room with a weapon resembling an ice pick sticking out of his chest. How presumptuous of lowly furniture like that. And servant Kumasawa, found in the parlor. Her calf had a weapon resembling an ice pick sticking out of it, and her face had been smashed. At the 8th twilight, gouge the leg and kill. And yeah, we already did. Oh, we didn't read these two. Eva, found on the bed of a guest room inside the mansion with a weapon resembling an ice pick sticking out of her forehead. Hideyoshi, Found in the bathroom, the same guest room that Eva was found in. Like Eva, there was a weapon resembling an ice pick sticking out of his forehead. You can't see either of them by looking through the gap of the door while the chain is set. You can't see them, so you can't reach them. Hey, how could a human possibly kill them? Anyways, that's all of our dead folks so far, except for the 6 on the first stage. They got 6 at once.
だからマリアはずっとお歌を歌ってた。ずっとずっと歌ってたんだよ。だから何も聞こえない、わからない。そしたらバトラたちがやってきたんだよ。
It was all fine. She didn't look at all those dead people. Ooh. Well, Battler, you're pretty stupid. Battler's pretty stupid.
じゃあ今度は誰を疑う？マリアを疑う？マリアをこの場で殺してみる？
Yeah, let's. But I mean, as stupid as Battler is, I don't think the 9-year-old killed like 13 people.
そんなことしてもベアトリーチェはいなくならない。これで第8の番は終わったよ。ベアトリーチェは蘇る。
That's right. She's coming back to life.
ふざけんな。もうそんな話は金輪際ごめんだぜ。魔女なんているもんか。煙に巻かれてたまるか。
Guy who's. What are you gonna do? Trick me? Guys who was tricked.
俺は認めねえぞ。ベアトリーチェなんていいね。絶対に俺が認めねえ。
She's not real.
させねえ。蘇りもさせねえ。
To my understanding, this is the crux of Umineko's plot, is Battler denying over and over that Beatrice isn't real. And she's like, I'm real, I'm right here.
伝説は永遠に伝説のままだ。俺がそんなことを認めね
よせよバトラ。マリアが殺したわけでも見殺しにしたわけでもない。ベアトリーチェが来てマリアは
Oh, so now you believe in her. Battler is the only non-believer left. Uh-oh, the music cut. The Golden Slaughter is over.
夏日おばさん。おば
Oh,
さん
where
い
did
ない。
she... Uh-oh. Our thoughty with the shoddy.
あれ
母さんどこ行ったの？
さっき手紙を読みながら一人で出て行った
Oh
よ。
god, she got another letter? She's gone again. That's not good. We need to protect the last MILF. We can't let another MILF go. A letter? That makes sense. The culprit must be so exhilarated now that we've reached the 8th twilight. They might have left a letter so that they could brag even more. We were so wrapped up in questioning Maria that we forgot to look for a letter. But even as well-armed as she was, why had she left the room by herself in this dangerous mansion after reading it? Jessica tried to chase after her and tugged at the handle to the door, but it resisted strangely and wouldn't open.
母さんお母さん何これ。
We need to protect our final MILF. The MILFs can't all be gone. I won't allow it. I won't allow all the MILFs to die. We need to protect at least one. It was only natural. Natsuhi had picked up the candle stand which Battler had thrown at the wall and which had fallen to the floor. She had then skillfully wedged it between the doorknobs on the double doors like a bolt, holding them closed. The intricate design of the candle stand caused it to get caught solidly, and it really did make a sturdy seal on the door. The tragic scream of a daughter for her mother. Did it reach Natsuhi's ears or not? I'm sure this will end very well. I'm sure this will go great for Natsuhi. Check out these JPEGs that have been had a blur filter put over them. Natsuhi's figure was alone in the entrance hall. It was the place decorated by the portrait of Beatrice. You support women's rights as well as women's wrongs? I support mostly women's wrongs. I love it when women do wrong things. I support women who do cruel and acts of vice and evil. Natsuhi had threw down Beatrice's last letter, the one she had read in the parlor, readied her rifle again, and in a voice that rang clear, yelled in the massive space that was the entrance hall.
後宮夏日です。
Girl boss moment.
姿を見せなさい。黄金の魔女ベアトリッチ。
Zipper hands, I'm here to inform you that is a real gun. It's the Mare's Lake, as seen in Wanted Dead or Alive, a famous western. The entrance hall was dimly lit. Other than a faint light which shone on the center of the room, everything was blotted out by the jet-black darkness. Butterflies. In that darkness, this song is really good too. This is another new song. Butterflies glittered in gold, squirmed, twinkled, and sneered. Natsuhi gave one more huge gulp and pointed the cold barrel of the gun at the gold butterflies. Let's go, gun versus witch. Let's see how a witch magics her way out of getting shot.
後ろ宮家の代表であると自負する私と後ろ宮家の当主を引き継いだと自称するあなたが
Let's face
こ
off.
の場にいる。あなたが本当に魔女
Yeah, you're casting magic. I'm casting bullets, bitch.
今の問題です。
Oh, what's... Ooh, a single arrow.
決着をつけましょう。
Yeah, get her ass.
後ろ宮家を真に引き継ぐ者はどちらか。この後ろ宮
This is just an Old West showdown, you're right. This is exactly what Kenzo would have wanted. This is how he would have wanted it. Just like in Dead or Alive. Privilege versus magic? Nice. Yes, correct.
あなた
I mean, also the gun. I would really say it's gun versus magic.
あなたの決闘の申し出
Natsuhi actually has very little privilege in this situation because she married into the family, so she's treated as much lesser. A duel? Let's fucking go. Duel the Witch. Gun duel. The gold butterflies slowly formed a human shape, which walked into the dim light. Natsuhi readied her rifle and glared. The witch raised her golden staff overhead and laughed. Natsuhi's finger slowly squeezed the trigger. Let's fucking go. She's dead. I know she's totally dead, but I respect her gumption in this moment. I respect Natsuhi's gumption in this moment, even though she's fucking dead for sure. Battler made an all-out dash at the door and rammed into it, crashing the candle stand that had been barring it and making it possible for a big gap to be opened in the door. He kept kicking the candle stand through that gap and the door was finally released. Bam bam! You think this makes her the best MILF? I think she's gone up in the ranks. I think she's beat out Kiria now. Eva is still my favorite. At that time, they heard it. They certainly heard the crisp sound of gunfire ring out once. There's more MILF content to come? Oh, goody. I love MILF content.
ジェシカちゃん、一人で先走っちゃいけない。今のは銃声だぜ。夏代おばさんが撃ったんだ。
At whom? At the culprit. The noise had come from the entrance hall. And the entrance hall looked like a stage, like the heroine of a tragedy on the ground and bathed in light. Arrayed in the beauty of that silence, Aunt Natsuhi lay face up, crumpled on the floor. Half crazed, Jessica ran up to Aunt Natsuhi. On Aunt Natsuhi's forehead, it was almost as though a sparkling shard of a pigeon blood ruby had been placed there. Ah, rip. I knew it. And from it, one stream of blood makeup passed by her eye and began to traverse her face. Rest in peace, the final MILF. We have lost our MILFs. We need a moment of respect for all of our women. The faint smell of gunpowder smoke came from the barrel of the rifle Aunt Natsuhi still grasped. Huh? Then, she shot herself in the forehead? Why? It's a mystery. How did Beatrice do this? How did she pull this off?
わけがわからない。どうしておばさんは一人で抜け出して、どうして自分の額を打ち抜いているんだよ。
マリアちゃん、夏日おばさんは手紙を読んでから部屋を
Where's
出
the
たんだけど
letter?
手紙がない。くそ、おばさんは何を読んでどうしてここに誘い出されたんだ。
Where's the letter?
知らねえぜ、知らねえぜ。そんなことはどうでもいいぜ。
I already know what the link is. I've seen it before. You've shown it to me, Hatsune Marvin. We don't need Titty Battler on stream again. It was too cursed the first time.
なんだってよ。どうして自殺なんだよ。なんで私を置いてくんだよ。
Rip. We're very quickly running out of women. This is very unfortunate. Jessica clung to her mother's corpse, crying earnestly. My body was consumed with an anger I didn't know what to do with, and I snatched a rifle from Aunt Natsuhi's hand. I spun around, pointing the barrel of the gun into the darkness on all sides, as though I was pointing a light from a lighthouse, trying to find the culprit. George Oniki, even in this situation, was trying to calmly figure something out, but that might have been a fruitless effort. And only Maria was completely indifferent. So, is this all supposed to be some kind of predetermined fate? No, that's not it. This is all a prelude to a wonderful world. The door to the Golden Land will finally open.
第9の晩に魔女は蘇り
Everybody
誰も
dies.
生き残れはしない。そして第10の晩に旅は終わり、黄金の里へ行
But then she'll bring everybody back, maybe.
これで全部終わったね、ベアドリーチェ。おめでとう、おめでとう。だからマリアを導いて。あなたの話してくれた黄金鏡へ。
Nobody will be mean to me there.
今こそ。
There, all of the dead will be revived and even lost love will be restored. So in Maria's eyes, it's just as though all of today's tragedies didn't happen. It's as though all the time she spent deprived of love never happened.
いい加減にしやがれ。何が楽しい、何がおめでたい。
Oh boy, I can't wait to see what happens next now that everybody's dead.
この島には18人いた。14人死んだ。
Or rather, like a good 90% of them are dead.
俺は絶対に死なねえぞ。夜が明けるまで。いや、台風が過ぎ去って、また船着き場に海の子が帰ってくるまで。
Magane mode
絶対に死なねえ
over.
んだよ。
You know, my glasses are gone. You redeem the points for it, you get it. So many people say they like the glasses more. I'm surprised you paid to take them off.
生き残ってやる、生き残ってやる、絶対。
よしなよバトラー。ベアドリーチェに銃なんて意味ないよ。
Guns are useless against witches.
それに生き残るも何ももうおしまいなんだよ。
No battler gun sprite lame. I agree.
もう旅は終わったんだよ。
Oh, okay. The game's over, everybody. You heard her. Game's over. The next 7 episodes are a lie.
ほら、時計を見てごらん。
Huh? The clock? Hearing those words, I looked at my wristwatch. Both needles were almost touching near the top. Very soon it will be 12 at night. In other words, 24. When you think about it, isn't 24 a strange time? It can be called 24, and it can also be called 0. It's the hour at the culmination of the previous day, and at the same time, it's hour 0 as the next day begins. Yes, we know. The witching hour, midnight, everybody knows this. Let's hurry it up, let's move it along. Maria suddenly called out happily and ran towards the darkness. It was almost as though Beatrice was somewhere in that darkness, and Maria was running up to her. As Jessica hugged her mother's corpse, as George Oniki stood there confused, I looked down the barrel of the rifle, gazing into the darkness. The space in front of Beatrice's portrait lay in that direction, and the thing Maria was running up to was the portrait's Subject. You've got to be kidding me. This is just impossible. Like, I'd fall for something like this. Witches don't exist. I won't accept it. Something like you shouldn't exist, because this is a human world. You think I could accept something that's not human? I definitely won't accept it. When I pulled hard on the rifle's lever, the cartridge was ejected, fell on the floor, and a new cartridge was loaded. It's about to go quake on this lady's ass. Then I sighted the witch down the barrel. Maria turned around. Still clinging to the golden witch, she turned around.
だから意味なんてないってば。ベアトリーチに鉛玉なんて意味ないってば。
Maybe we should try silver bullets. Maybe silver bullets would work.
バカだね、人間は。
It's finally time. We finally get to meet her in person. The moment we've all been waiting for, isn't that right, minions?
俺は魔女なんて認めねえぞ。貴様は誰だ。一歩でも動いてみろ。
I think Battler said he admitted he believed in the idea of a 19th person, not that that person was magical.
こいつをぶち込んでやる。
Giggle and giggle and giggle again. Oh, she do be giggling, though. Oh, there's two voices now. Everybody loves... We're cackling now. Oh, this is good, actually. I like how her voice is, like, overpowering Maria's now. As the witch... No, the witches laughed. Even the large clock in the hall joined in on their laughter. It was probably telling us that the time was midnight. It was both a tone telling us that we had reached the culmination of this day, and a tone informing us that all had returned to nothing. The rule that the witch would win when time ran out had already been revealed.
だからジョージ兄ちゃんにジェシカ、旅は終わって魔女は蘇ったよ。
And none shall be left alive. The witch shall praise the wise and bestow 4 treasures. One shall be all the gold from the golden land. One shall be the resurrection of all the dead souls. One shall be the resurrection of the love that was lost. One shall be put to the witch to sleep for all time. Sleep peacefully, my beloved witch, Beatrice. Eye catch. It's midnight. The clock is huge. Look at it. It's covering the whole screen. Ding dong. Oh boy. What shall happen next, I wonder? Oh wait, is that the end of episode 1? The storm passed, and the leaden clouds that had enshrouded the island for so long cleared away. From the rifts between the clouds, sunbeams shone, and yesterday's storm seemed like a lie. Now I have a special prize on the main menu. Okay, I'll check it out. Just as someone had wished, the seagulls returned to the harbor once again and let their lively cries be heard. Afterwards, the police came and conducted an investigation of the scene. The corpses of the children, who were thought to have survived until the very end, were never found. However, because of the body parts that were discovered and the unimaginably gruesome nature of the scene, the police were forced to conclude that the chances of survival for any of the 18, even the children, seemed hopelessly dim. Just how gruesome was the banquet of the witch, and how beautiful was the Golden Land? They were the only ones who got to hear that tale. No tales were told to those humans who survived after the banquet is over. The best they could do was imagine what might have happened during those 2 days. However, the witch was fickle. She made a point of leaving behind this tale, which didn't need to be heard, and it was allowed to spread. Then, many years later, a strange wine bottle that had drifted on the waves to the pier of neighboring island was pulled out by a fisherman. Inside it was a thin, tightly rolled notebook fragment written up into cramped, small letters. Written there was this tale. Through this notebook fragment, people will finally learn the truth of the mysterious and riddle-filled 2-day period that started on October 4th, 1986. This is going too fast! This incident was called by many names, such as the Rokanjima mass murders or the 18 killings of Rokanjima, though dilettantes from around the world knew it as the witch legend serial murders. Lovers of the occult claimed it was all the result of an immoral ceremony that had sealed off the island, and those 2 dangerous days were savagely embellished with many different interpretations, and the story began to spread far and wide. However, not one of those interpretations approached the truth. Furthermore, while the notebook fragment describes the mysterious incident, it does not reveal the truth of what happened there. Or perhaps the writer didn't know what the truth was. According to the writer, her name was Ushuramiya Maria. Incidentally, as a result of an all-out police investigation, part of Maria's body, a piece of her jaw, was discovered. It was one of the rare instances where a corpse was identified thanks to dental records. At that gruesome scene, there had been many body parts that couldn't be identified as belonging to any specific person, so it's probably fair to say that this jaw was an extremely fortunate find. Because this jaw had been separated from its body, the police judged their chances of survival to be hopelessly dim, even though none of their body parts were ever found, or at least identified. And so, let us conclude the tale that the final section of the notebook fragment that Ushuramiya Maria left behind. By the time you have read this, I will probably be dead, although there may or may not be a corpse. You who have read this, please find the truth. That's my only wish. Ushuramiya Maria. To this very day, the truth of the witch legend serial murders has not been brought to light. First game, Legend of the Golden Witch, results. Ushuramiya Kraus died on the first twilight, chosen by the key to the Golden Land and offered up as a sacrifice. Ushuramiya Rudolph died on the first twilight, chosen by the key of the Golden Land and offered up as a sacrifice. Okay, I'm not going to read that. Oh, you're not going to read them all over. They say the same thing. Ushuramiya Eva died on the second twilight, pierced through the forehead by the stake of Asmodeus. Ushuramiya Hideyoshi pierced through the forehead by the stake of Beelzebub. Ushuramiya Kinzo, forehead gouged by the stake of Mammon. Servant Canon, chest gouged by the stake of Satan. Servant Geji, stomach gouged by the stake of Lucifer. Family Doctor Manjo, knee gouged by the stake of Belphegor. Servant Kumasawa, leg gouged by the stake of Leviathan. Beatrice, revived on the ninth twilight, finally opens the door to the Golden Land. Natsui died on the ninth twilight. The witch praised her nobility and granted the honor of duel. Ushuramiya George. After he acknowledged the existence of the witch and prostrated himself, the witch invited him to the Golden Land. Same is true for Jessica and Maria. Battler, missing on the 10th twilight. Will the witch invite this man who denied her existence to the Golden Land? Oh my god, there's still more. The witch will praise the wise and should bestow four treasure to the Golden Land. There, they chose to revive the souls of the dead and the love that had been lost. After all, no matter how large amount of gold they might have desired, it would have been out of their grasp. George chose the lost fiancé. Jessica chose the boy she had liked and lost. Maria chose the lost love of her mother. Sleep peacefully, Beatrice. Let nothing disturb your slumber ever again. The winner is the Golden Witch Beatrice. Time ran out before even one of the 18 people could solve the riddle of the gold. All 18 died. When the seagulls cried, none were left alive. 7th expansion presents Welcome to Rokonjima. When They Cry 3. Umineko. Those are all guys I can summon in Shin Megami Tensei. Never doubt my fast talking skills. Ugh, that was hard. Addition of new features, the Golden Witch has prepared a gift for you in commemoration of your stay. You can find these new features on the title screen. Oh, I guess that's what Phil was talking about. Well, game's over, everybody. Beatrice won. That's the end of the visual novel. Tea party. Oh, I guess this is the thing Phil was talking about. You've done well to make it this far. Have you enjoyed your stay on Rokenjima? The Golden Witch has granted you an invitation to her tea party. We hope that you choose to attend. Well, it's time for a party, I guess. Episode 1 tea party. Are these like the science explanations episodes of Gunbuster? Beatrice is gonna explain her magic in Purgatorio. Do not trust this tea party? Oh, fun. Spill the tea, Beatrice. Oh, okay. This is like the science episodes in Gunbuster. That's fair, Battler. Me neither.
つまりなんだあれは結局犯人は暴けず時間切れのバッドエンドでしたってことなのか
These are all good questions. Nobody tell me. I want to find out on my own. No spoilers, remember, or I'll kill you, personally. Oh, hi, Maria.
きっとバッドエンド。
Bad end.
そうだね。1日目の夜にマリアちゃんが読んだベアトリーチェの手紙に
Yeah, you guys fucked it all up. You didn't even try to solve the riddle.
僕たちは自衛や犯人を探るのに忙しくて全然その謎に挑まなかったし
I guess you gotta start a new game plus. Oh, hi, Shannon.
ちゃんと非分の謎に挑んでいったら違う結末もあったのでしょうか。
それはどうかな。シャノンちゃんもお疲れ。お茶の給仕なんてしなくていいぜ。何しろここはお疲れ様会なんだからよ。
Yeah, they're all out of character now. They're just actors, right?
ひでえ目にあった者同士、仲良く傷の舐め合いをしようぜ。
All right, let's stop doing the weird shit, Battler. You don't have to do that now.
綺麗どころのキャラだからてっきり最後まで生き残るかと思ったら
Really? You have no knowledge of genre conventions, Jessica.
一番最初に殺されるし、しかもなんだっけ、顔面を半分砕かれてたんだっけ。
Yeah, it was pretty rough.
最悪だよな。
It's pulped half of it. She got turned into Two-Face, never eaten pussy in the Bronx again.
そういうお役目でしたら仕方ありませんし。
姉さんが気にすることはないよ。お嬢様方
Hello, Canon.
ラストのエピローグを見る限り相当悲惨な最後を遂げられたようだし。
Yeah, everybody fucking died according to the credits.
どうもそうみたいだね。なんだか全身を食いちぎられてバラバラにされたみたいな恐ろしい描写があったような気がするよ。
それを言ったらカノン君の最後が一番かっこよかったと思うぜ。
I think Canon died in the coolest way.
犯人と一騎打ちだろ。俺らのよくわからん最後よりは。
I don't know. I thought Natsuhi got the coolest death. She got invited to a duel.
何も歯が立ちませんでしたが。
でも
She just kept sweeping me. I didn't know how to block. Whoa.
だってあのせいで19人目の存在が明らかになった。
Yeah, and you still spent like 4 hours doubting it.
そうだね。あの時点では全員の所在が明らかだった。だからカノン君を殺せるのは未知の19人目しかありえない。
マリアは最初からベアトリーチェだってずっと言ってる。
Ooh.
信
No one
じたく
believed
は
her.
ねえけど、ベアトリーチェを名乗る魔女が犯人ってことになるんだろうぜ。
そうですよね。人にはできない不思議なことがいっぱいありましたし。
Perhaps.
エヴァおばさんの密室殺人とか魔女にしかできない。人間にはできない。
See, this is hard, because, like, what's interesting about this game and playing an Ace Attorney game at the same time is that both present you with, like, weird impossible murders, but one, like, lets you actually investigate stuff, and this one you just have to kind of rely on the character's perceptions.
19人目が存在することが明らかで、しかもその人物は人間では考えられない力を持っている。となればその人物をベアトリーチェと呼んでも差し支えはねえだろうぜ。
多分僕たちはラストで出会っているよ。
Yeah, you did. It's hard to remember, I guess, because apparently she murdered you immediately after.
だからマリアはベアトリーチェがいるってずっと言ってる。みんなずっと信じなかったからダメだった。
Ugh.
信じないと奇跡は起きないって友達の魔女も言ってる。
One of her witch friends? Oh boy, more witches. I'm sure they'll show up later.
ベアトリーチェ様は敬う者に寛大だそうですし。
マリア様は恐ろしい事件が次々と起こっていっても最後までベアトリ
Yeah.
ーチェ様の脅威
Beatrice likes Maria. Also, she had the scorpion thing, so.
マリアは一番の最初からベアトリーチェを信じてたもんな。でもそれじゃあ同じように信じてたカノン君たちも殺されたのは納得がいかないぜ。
Well, she had the scorpion thing.
それは多分ベアトリーチェ様なりのご都合があられたのでしょう。
The difference between an Ace Attorney game and this is Battler's a dumbass that can't perceive shit? I don't know. Phoenix and Rian Elsuke are both pretty fucking dumb.
碑文の歌がベアトリーチェ様の復活の儀式を意
Yeah,
味するものなら
Hatsune Myron is correct to new viewers. We've currently characterized Beatrice as a speedrunner because she sure speedran through that entire prophecy. She didn't have to wait for Twilight at all. She just did them all at once.
ご指名をいただけたということなのでしょう。
シャノンちゃんはひどい最後だったよ。せめてもう少し綺麗で安らかな方法もあったろうに。
Will you still marry me?
まあ痛かったわけじゃないですし、それにほら今はこうして全然平気ですからへっちゃらです。
Beatrice would be a very deadly e-girl. She has so many super chats and third-tier subs. After seeing him stroke Shannon's cheek, which had been crushed during the story, everyone laughed out loud, smiling. What a funny moment.
こう言っちゃなんだけど、僕はてっきり本格ミステリーだと思ってたからね。ファンタジーだと分かって、ちょっと驚いてるよ。
Or is it?
遺産をめぐる外界から隔絶された孤島の洋館ものなんて、推理ものの王道だと思ってたからさ。
Yeah, we've all seen Knives Out.
ファンタジーじゃない。
アニメじゃない。
リーチェはいる
ファンタジーじゃない。本当のことさえ。
ええ、分かっています。ベアトリーチェ様はいらっしゃいます。
そうですね。
Well, now that we're all dead, of course we believe
ベ
you.
アトリーチェ様はいらっしゃいます。
悔しいが認めざるを得ねえよな。19人目の魔女の関与は明らかだしな。
人間には不可能なことをいくつもやってのけてる。
Alright, we get it. Beatrice
劇中の
exists.
僕らはそれを否定したくてあれこれと考えたけれども、今ならはっきり言えるよ。どれもいずれも全て人間には不可能な犯罪だった。魔法の力を使いこなす魔女のベアトリーチェにしか成し得ない犯行だよ。
犯人は魔女だった。
For sure. Magic was involved,
その一点
yes.
において何の
I'm
曇り
sure
もなぜ
everybody here agrees on that point.
ベアトリーチェ様万歳ってわけだ。
みんな信じた。マリアは嬉しい。神様も魔女も怖がる人には
I'm sure everybody agrees. There's not one standout or anything like that.
信じ敬う人にとってはきっと慈しみのある存在に違いないと思います。
姉さんの言う通りだと思います。じゃあさ、せっかく殺人事件ごっこは終わったわけだし、ここ
We,
で
we
気を
did
取
it,
り直して
everybody. We posthumously solved the mystery.
非分の謎に挑戦してみねえか。
We're all dead, but at least we solved it.
賛
I mean, except the riddle. We fucked that part
成。
up.
きっとベアトリーチェも喜
劇中ではみんな無視してたからね。
Yeah, we didn't get to read the last letter either.
ぶ。せっかく出題されたのにほとんど無視されて、なんだかかわいそうですね、ベアトリーチェ様。自分のメモがある。みんなで謎解き、みんなで謎解き。
物語は多分
I guess they've got a lot of time now to solve that riddle. They won't get any gold out of it, though, I think, where they're going.
そうかもしれません。私たちはベアトリーチェ様のご指示通り、非分の謎に挑むべきだったのかもしれません。
Yeah, no KOF at 1986, Asmodem. I'm sorry. You can play... No, not even Street Fighter 1.
今からでも再
There are no
挑戦
fighting
するってことで
games.
魔女様には許してもらおうぜ。
I think Street Fighter 1 was in 88?
懐かしい。
Right, the whole... I kind of forgot the whole beginning part once it got to the Twilights. Maria put her notebook on the table and opened to the page where the epitaph was written. Everyone stared at it, getting really into it as they started guessing this and that about the riddle. Surrounded by the smell of black tea and freshly baked vanilla cookies, they spent the time comfortably and happily. Hey, why is the music fading out?
ちょいと待てよ、お前ら。
But Battler spoke in a way that cut through the conversation. His expression looked a little unhappy. What could he not like about all of this fun?
お前ら、さっきから聞いてりゃ。
Why did you all stop thinking? Oh, that's another screen cap I have to save too. I've gotten a couple good ones out of this stream. There we go. Why did you all stop
なんで魔女の仕
thinking?
業ってことで決まってんだよ。そんなのあるわけねえじゃねえかよ。
With just those words, the happy atmosphere surrounding the tea party evaporated in an instant. George and Jessica, and Shannon and Canon, and Maria. All of them stared blankly, wondering what in the world Battler was talking about. Even the foolish, arrogant Battler realized that he hadn't chosen his words well.
だって明らかに人間には無理な事件だったじゃないか。
そうだぜ、そうだぜ。どの事件も
Isn't this a
人間
gag?
には
I
無
don't
理な
know.
こと
You
ばか
tell me. I've never played this before.
そうですよね。だって人間じゃ説明がつかないことばかりじゃないですか。
バトラ様が何を言い出すのか僕には分かりません。
お前たちこそ何を口々に言い出すのかさっぱりだぜ。こんなの人間が起こした事件に決まってるじゃねえかよ。
It could be both a gag and not a gag.
魔女なんているわけねえだろ。
じゃあ
Battler, explain yourself.
私が倉庫の中で殺されてた時、顔の半分をひどいことにされていましたが、
Battler, stick
あれ
to
を
the script.
人間が犯人ならどう再現するというのですか？
You're going off script, Battler.
そりゃ
We're all supposed to laugh and agree that everybody loves and believes in witches.
どうやったらあんなひでえことができるのかちょっと想像はつかねえけどよ。でもあそこはバラ庭園の倉庫だぜ。きっと中に妙な道具とかがいくらでもあっただろう。
Yeah, classic. Straight dude gets tricked into
例え
thinking.
ば電の子とかグラインダーとかそんな電動工具でも使ったのかもしれねえじゃないか。
それ
Uh-oh, the wind picked back up.
その
じゃあバトラー、じい様が密室の書斎から消え去っていたのはどう説明するんだよ。
Okay, we've been over that one.
扉は封印されていたのに、じい様は
We've been
突
over
然
this
と
one.
消え去ってたぜ。
その話は劇中でも出ただろう。
Even Battler's like, yeah, we've already discussed this one.
じい様が何らかの方法を使えばレシートをごまかすことは不可能じゃない。あるいは窓から出て、あるいは落ちて。
He just
夏お
fell.
ばさんが窓を内側から
Funky
施錠した可能
grandpa.
性もある。別に魔法を使わなくたって他にもいくつか手は思いつくだろうぜ。
それはそうだけどよ。
He's owning them all with facts and
なら
logic.
バトラ君、
His powerful reasoning skills.
僕のお母さんたちが客室の中で殺されていたのは
Yeah, that's
ど
the
う
tough
説明
one.
するんだい？
This is the actually
扉
tough
には
one.
鍵もチェーンもかかってた。無論窓もね。どうやって人間に母さんたちを殺せたって言うんだい？
まあ確かにそのトリックは
I didn't have time to think about that
ま
one.
だったな。とにかく犯人は鍵だけは持ってる可能性が高い。
We did establish that there are master
チェ
keys,
ーンに許され
yes.
る程度の扉の隙間は確保できたわけだ。非常に苦しい話だが、その隙間から何かの仕掛けを施した可能性はあり得るな。いや、あるいはその隙間から何かを出したとか。確かにチェーンってのはえらいシンプルだが、
Simple
三つを構成
device
するでかい要素
can
だ。
create a complex situation.
だが密室トリックなんておよそやり尽くされてるんだ。そこいらの書店で密室ミステリーを数冊買ってくりゃどうせビンゴなトリックが見つかるだろうぜ。
Yeah, I'm sure some authors have thought of this before.
とにかく俺には思いつかないが、どうにかやりくりすりゃ。
Well, I don't have an
人間にでき
answer,
ないこ
but
とはない
I'm
だろ
still
うって
crossing my
断言できる。
arms.
それ
I
はひど
respect
い
it.
暴論じゃないかい？説明できないのに人間に可能だと断言できるなんてめちゃめちゃだよ。
何がどうめちゃめちゃなんだよ。兄貴たちは何を思考停止してるん
Why
だ
did
よ。
all of you stop thinking?
一見できなさそうに見えてもどうせできるんだよ。俺がお約束ってもんだろうが。
めちゃめちゃなのはバトラの方だぜ。人間にできるってんなら説明してみろよ。できねえだろ？
Well, we're all dead. It's not like it matters
でき
anymore.
なきゃすぐに犯人は魔女ってことで落ち着く
Oh,
の
the
か。
thunder's back. We're rooting this beautiful paradise by arguing.
その論法で言っちまったら世界中の未解決事件は全部 魔女が犯人ってことで決着しちまうぞ。
バトラは問題をすり替えてるし、何も説明してない。
He's dodging the
マリアたち
question.
は人間にはできない。だから人間じゃない存在が犯人、それが魔女だとそう言っている。なのにバトラは説明できないけど魔女はありえないとか一方的な決めつけで言ってる。まるで無知な時代の人類のようだね。地球が回ってるはずがない。説明はできないけど宇宙が地球を中心に回ってるんだと言い張る愚か者だよ。
Okay, that's really not equitable, I feel.
なんだか
Now you're just upsetting me.
乱暴だが
This is really funny. This is really
つ
funny
まり
here.
お前らはこう言いたいのかよ。人間に可能だと説明できないならベアトリーチェであることを受け入れろってことか。
Yeah, he's getting his ass beat by a 9-year-old in an argument.
そこまで押し付けているわけではありません。ただバトラ様が何を根拠にそのような世まい事を言い出すのかと思いまして。
I'm kind of on Battler's side here. He made a good point. Like, what? Is every crime somebody couldn't solve a witch now?
世まい事って
Uh-oh. The scary music. Nearly threw hands with a 9-year-old.
なあ、俺ってさっきからそんなに変なこと言ってるか？おかしいのは俺なのか？さっきから不愉快だぞ。
I'm being glad. He says I'm being gaslit. Stop trying to gaslight me.
バトラ様、僕は自分が死んだ時ボイラー室で存在しないはずの19人目に殺されています。それが人間の仕業だと説明できるのですか？あの時18人の所在は全員がはっきり
Well, I
してい
feel
ま
like
した。
Battler's at the point where he accepts like another person could be there, just not that it was a magic witch.
にもかかわらず僕は
その件も劇中で言ってるぜ。例えば熊沢のばあちゃんだ。カノン君がボイラー室に降りてからすぐ後を追ったと言ってるが、実は嘘かもしれねえ。一緒にボイラー室に入って不意をついてぶっすり行っちまっ
But
たのかもしれねえ。
Kumasawa died by the end, so it couldn't have been her. Try harder, Battler.
あるいはボイラー室に踏み込むと何かのトラップが発動して例のアイスピックが打ち込まれるように仕掛けられていたのかもしれない。何しろ焼却炉からはじいさまの遺体の悪臭だ。必ず誰かがやってくるわけ
This
だから。
bit is longer than I thought it would
仕
be,
掛
this
け
tea
だけ
party.
施せば犯人はその場を離れカノン君の死亡時刻にアリバイを作ることは十分できる。
ボイラー室のトラップってどんなのですか？
そうだよ。あの後すぐみんながボイラー室に駆けつけた。でもそんな変な仕掛けは見つけられなかったじゃないか。
さようです。バトラ様、どんな仕掛けで僕は殺されたというのですか？
いや、
I don't know.
それはわかんない。
He's just like throwing spaghetti at the wall and seeing what
でも
sticks.
とにかく何かの仕掛けをうまくやってたな。あるいは誰かが嘘をついてこうも考えられるぜ。
He's thinking so hard. Look at his face. This is his thinking face.
そもそもあれはカノン君の自作自演だったとかな。そうだ、自作自演だ。岩おばさんたちも自作自演なんだよ。
Everybody was just pretending to die
自分
horribly.
で密室を作り死んだふりをした。
バトラ、お前さっきから頭大丈夫か？
Are you brain damaged?
冷たいお飲み物でもお持ちしましょうか？
そこまであれみの目で見られることを
Don't
妙な
stop
こと
looking
言
at me
って
with
ね
them
え
big
だろ。
ol' eyes.
俺はあくまでもトリックを考える上での可能性について言っただけだぜ。それにほら、死者が実は死んでないなんて推理物のお約束
Not
じゃない
not
か。
really. Maybe like 1 or 2 times. But that's not really that
お約束
common.
って？
I love mystery stories. That doesn't happen all the time.
つまりだ、カノン君が殺された時確かに俺たち全員の所在ははっきりしていた。そして熊沢のばあちゃんも嘘はついてないとする。
Let's assume, okay.
でもそれは生存者だけの話だ。もし死んだふりをして犠牲者に混じり姿をくらましていた犯人が別行動をしていたとしたら、全ては説明。
Oh, sorry, there was more voice acting.
つまりエヴァおばさんたちが犯人だと言いたいわけか。
Sometimes I do this by accident where they take a long pause between sentences and I think, oh, it's over.
でもおばさんたちの死亡については南條先生が医者として判断してるぜ。
そうです。南條先生は全ての犠牲者について確認しています。もしバトラ様の説を採用するなら、南條先生も犯人ということになりますか。
I did it again.
ああ、そうだな。南條先生が犯人の一味で嘘の死亡宣告をしていたかもしれないと考えりゃ、
He was in on it,
話は
of
変わってくる
course.
ぜ。ほら、これも推理物のお約束じゃねえかよ。
This is the face of coping.
でも南條先生も殺されたよ。
That's the cope face right there. That's the face Battler's making. He's coping.
と、それはだな。そうさ、南條先生は
He
偽
faked
装
his
した。
own death.
何しろ南條先生以外に検視ができるやつはいねえし、あの時はもう混乱してる状況下だ。本当に脈が止まってるかなんてのんびり確かめてる暇もなかったぜ。この論法なら死者は誰だって歩き回れたことになる。
But that's just a
私た
theory.
ち
A
最初の
game
6人は
theory.
難しかったんじゃないかと思います。だってシャッターを閉められた上に内側からは開けられない南京錠をかけられちゃいましたし。
そうだぜ。その鍵は母さんが預かった。じゃあ母さんも犯人の一味だってのかよ。
いやいや、最初の6人は無理そうだが、
Multiple people are
おば
typing.
ばさんたちは外から鍵をかけただけだろ。なら内側から開けられるし。そうさ、俺たちが部屋を出た後、窓から飛び出してボイラー室に先回りしたとか。苦しいか？あるいは南條先生も検視を誤ったとかな。ほら、自分でも言ってたぜ。検視は誤審率が高いとかって。うまく偽装したとか身代わり死体を用意したとかで死をごまかしたんだ。方法やトリックはこれから考えるとして、とにかく19人目を否定することはそう難しいことじゃないんだ。
Oh, okay, so he's still on this 19th person denial. I thought we were beyond
ましてや
this.
マジよ。それだけは断じてありえない。
バトラがさっきからなんで堅くなにみんなの中に犯人がいるようにしたいのかわかんない。つまりバトラは親族の誰かを疑いたいんだよね。
That's right. Your family.
そういう
You gonna
わけじゃ
say
ね
your family's a murderer, Battler?
ただその安易に19人目を肯定はできねえし、仮にいたとしてもそれは人間だって見地から話を構築すべきであって、それら全部を否定しきった最後の最後で苦し紛れに出てくるのが魔女だろって話をしたいんだ。魔女なんているわけないだろ。なんでさっきからみんなは魔女が犯人ってことでひょいひょい納得したがるんだ。そりゃ身内に殺人犯がいると思いたくねえ家族愛は立派さ。でもそれでごまかしちまっていいのかよ。あれだけ大勢を殺した憎き犯人を見つけ出したいとは思わねえのかよ。兄貴だって両親の仇を見つけたいだろ。
George, back me up here.
ジェシカだってカノン君の仇を、そしてカノン君だってシャノンちゃんの仇を見つけたいだろ。シャノンちゃんだって自分を殺したのが誰なのか知りたいはずだ。なんでこうパーンと全面降伏して魔女が犯人ってことになっちまうんだよ。お前らさっきから何なんだ。
Why are you all just acquiescing? Why have you all given up? The foolish and short-tempered battler tried to force his ignorance on the others and yelled at them. However, everyone just looked at him pityingly, silently watching over him. At that time, the wise Maria laughed and pointed out Battler's mistake. Gosh, I'm starting to wonder who the narrator could be.
呆れて
Feel
る
like
んだ
this
よ。
narration is not exactly neutral.
バトラはさっきから支離滅裂なことを繰り返しては何かを分かったような気になってるだけ。だからそれで人間にどうやって具体的にはそう聞くと決まってバトラは今は思いつかないけどとか何かの仕
Yo,
掛け
beat
で
his
とか
ass.
抽象
This
的な言
9-year-old
葉
is
で逃
beating
げ
your
たり
ass,
お茶を濁
Battler.
したりむしろ知りたいよバトラ。どうしてベアトリーチェを信じないの？いるのにどうして？
いねえからだよ。魔女なんか
She does. She doesn't. She does. She doesn't.
いるわけがねえ。
Duck season, wabbit season. It was almost like a spoiled child who just doesn't want to accept something. The pitying gaze quietly closed in around Battler, and they didn't reach his stubborn heart.
まるっきりだだっこのわがままだぜ。
バトラ様、お気持ちはわかりますが。
ベアトリーチェ様はいらっしゃるのです。
バトラ君、どうして信じないんだい？これほどまでに状況証拠は揃ってるのに。
説明できなきゃ全て魔女なんて。俺はそんな論法は認めねえ。どうして電球が明るくなるのか。仕掛けを知らなきゃ全て魔法ってことになるのか。違うだろ。
How many battlers does it take to screw in a light bulb,
魔
anyways?
法じゃなきゃ説明がつかないことなど存在しない。魔女だの魔法だのってのは思考の放棄だ。兄貴たちはわからねえ事件に屈服して降参しただけなんだ。そうだろ。
やっぱり
You all just gave up and stopped using your brains. Why aren't you hopped up on, like, on all those guys who use ancient Greek statues as their YouTube avatars like me?
誰か一人でも信じなかったら奇跡は起きない。だ
The
から
miracle.
バトラのその猛獰な思い込みを改めさせなきゃ奇跡
This music is
が
cool.
魔法が完成しないんだよ。
なるほどな。ようやく一端が見えてきたぜ。つまりお前らは俺に魔女様は存在す
You
る
really
って
shouldn't
言
have
わ
said
せ
that,
たいんだ。
Maria. Now he's just gonna cross his arms even harder.
全員が認めた嘘は真実になる。そういうこったろ。
A lie that everyone accepts becomes the truth.
あいにくだな。
I'm sensing that is perhaps the theme or one of the major ones of the
こ
game.
こばかりはあいにくだが、そいつは全然ダメだぜ。お断りだ。お前らが俺にそう詰め寄るからこそ、だからこそ全然ダメなんだ。
It's also useless when people try to press me. Nobody can press me.
どうして
悪いが、最後の最後で、
Hope.
もう一回
Yes,
チェス盤
more
をひっくり返させてもら
chessboard
うぜ。
spinning.
魔女の存在を俺に認めさせたいなら、一番簡単な方法があるはずさ。それは、人間にはできないから魔女なんていう遠回しな方法じゃない。魔女が魔法でやってみせた。それを俺に見せるだけの話だ。
Yeah, show me a witch doing it.
さらにだ。
With
さっき
magic.
マリアが言ったことが一番墓穴を掘ってる。誰か一人でも信じなかったら、奇跡は起きないってな。
Shoot, Dragoon, thank you for giving out a couple gift subs. I hope Solid Scorpion and Caskin enjoy them.
真の奇跡は
Now you have
誰が
access
信
to my
じよう
wonderful
と信じない
emotes.
と
Congrats.
勝手に起こる。たとえ俺一人が信じなかったとしてもだ。だからこそ俺が信じれば成立する奇跡も魔法も、そして魔女も嘘っぱちだってわけさ。
Got her ass. We got him. The uneasy mood following Battler's ignorant rant was blown away by a very soft and light laugh. Whose laugh? Battler was surprised. He had never heard that voice before. When he looked at George and Jessica, at Shannon and Canon and Maria, he noticed that they had suddenly gone respectfully silent. Oh boy. It's time, isn't it? We finally get to see her for realsies. Maybe. Oh yeah, there she. I was expecting more buildup, but she's just there. Hi, Beatrice. White woman jump scare. Oh no, her voice is really hot.
お前誰だ
That's not what I was expecting. I was expecting something more gremlin-y.
こちらのお方は1000年を生きる黄金の魔女。
Alright, well, there's Beatrice. I guess Battler's been blown out of the water because she's just here.
ベアトリーチェ様。
バトラ君の暴言をどうかお許しください。
This doesn't, you know, it's goofy, but this doesn't feel supplementary.
こいつは頑固です。まだ自分の置かれた状況が分かってなくて。
Cackle, cackle, cackle.
よいよい1000年も生きる大抵の魔女は生きようそなたのような気骨ある男も時にはいる
Sorry, I just like listening. I'm really interested in listening into her voice more. Well, that could just be any woman.
こりゃたまげたぜそこまでして俺に魔女が19人目が犯人だと思い込ませてえのかよ
Is he actually gonna say this? Well, this could just be any girl.
ますますに気に入った
Is that where we're going with this battler?
だから全然ダメだ
Check the tips, by the way? Okay. Zenzen dame dane. What do we got in tips? Oh wait, there's Beatrice. Hi, Beatrice. The Golden Witch who has lived for 1,000 years. She has surpassed the limits of humans and, like demons, will sometimes appear in response to the summons made by humans to offer her power in exchange for a price. She likes black tea and ice cream. She hates boredom and people who deny her existence. Well, how quaint. That's a good outfit. Actually, I have to see the news spread, yeah. As expected, the boobers are huge. And also fully vacuumed in. Okay, what's in the tips? Or did you just mean the characters?
Maria たちが主張する魔女ベアトリーチェの幻影というわけだ。そして全員がその存在を信じることで、そういう虚構の存在なんだろう。だから俺にも信じさせたい。
Character death info for the cousins? Oh. Ushiromiya Jessica missing. Even though she was given a precious invitation to the Golden Land, a single fool refused to believe in the witch and all of the magic disappeared. She was then chewed to bits by a demon and went to hell. I thought we were in purgatory. Ushiromiya George missing. Even though everyone was getting along so well after being reunited in the Golden Land, all of the magic came to nothing because of a certain hard-headed fool. Afterwards, the demons chewed him to the bone and went to hell. Ushiromiya missing. Ushiromiya Maria missing. Hee. Battler bio? There's more? Where's Battler? Oh yeah, there is. Ushiromiya Battler. This fool made the world where everyone could be happy all come to nothing. Though Beatrice is extremely angry, she also seems to be enjoying herself immensely. It's almost as though she's waited 1,000 years to get her hands on a toy as fun as this one. Hopefully, even this fool will be able to see you before too long. Damn. It's kinda hot.
魔に通じぬ凡夫の分際にしては理解力は悪くない。なるほど。 どうやらそなたは生まれながらにして
You were born with the strong ability to not believe things. You were born browsing our
我ら魔
atheism.
女の天敵どう逆さに振るってみせようと決して我らを信じぬだから魔法が及ばない
This seems rather, how do I, like a, not like a double standard, but like self-defeating? Like, how do I put it? If, like, one person doesn't believe in the magic, then the magic isn't real. So how is the magic real in the first place?
お前のその態度にも納得がいこうというものよ
何を言ってやがるかさっぱりだぜ
They both have stupid laughs.
わざわざお姿まで表してもらって恐縮だが俺はお前さんの存在なんてこれっぽっちも信じやしないぜ
Yeah, I know. Ryukishi wanted to make her hands good.
確かにこの2日間妙なこと
It's
が
very
何度か起こ
important.
ったさっきマリアに言われた通り俺はそれら全てにトリックの説明がつけられると思っているが
Are these two going to make out in the end? I know a lot of... I think a lot of people want them to. I don't know if that's the case.
だからといって屈す
So
るわ
don't
けじゃない
spoil it or I'll kill you.
俺は兄貴たちとは違うぜ
They definitely do seem to be setting up a rather adversarial relationship.
説明できないから魔女の仕業
Which
だ
is
なん
the
て
best
論法に
kind.
は絶対ならねえぜ
ますますに気に入ったぞお前は屈服させがいがある
She wants him to submit, I
お
see.
前のような男にこそ我が名を称えさせてみせたい
Okay, this is already pretty good. I like her a lot
お
already.
前のような男にこそつま先にキスをさせてみたいものよ
Alright, Ryukishi, we get it. You're a foot guy.
寝言
You can't draw them, but I get it.
俺はお前なんか否定してやるぜ全ての出来事人間とトリックで説明してやる
Ningendo trick.
そこには一辺たりとも魔女も魔法も入り込む余地はね
よいそれでこそ千年の退屈も紛れるという
Don't post schlurp in my chat room. I'll shoot you to death.
ならば聞こうお前は先ほどエヴァたちを殺すのに扉の隙間を利用すればよいと言ったが人間とトリックでどう殺してみせるの
A gun.
設定
いきなり一番辛いところから切り込んできやがった
This is the toughest one.
ってことはこのトリックが一番の自信作ってことなんだろ真犯人さんよ
What? They turned into halftones. With a shake of her golden pipe, gentle, multicolored smoke trailed out of the end. They PowerPoint transitioned away. The smoke quickly obscured their surroundings, and they were suddenly in the hallway of the mansion. The door in front of them, slightly opened but secured by the chain, was... That's right, it's the door to the room where Eva and Hideyoshi were killed.
便利じゃねえかよ
How are you gonna explain this one? Hallucinogens?
さて
Well, I guess also they're dead, so whatever. This is not episode 2. No, this is sort of a... I don't know, the aftermath of episode 1. The tea party.
このわずかな隙間からどうして見せるのバト
多分あのアイスピックを
Ah, yes, the good old... The hilarious concept that is the ice pick gun.
そいつを使って
ラその隙間からは見えぬベッドの上のエヴァをどう狙うのかそしてバスルームにこもり扉を閉めた秀吉をどう狙うのか
Oh no, he's thinking hard again. He's overheating.
隙間はある何か方法があるはずなんだ
Cackle, cackle.
お前に思いつかぬならわらわがやってみせてもよい
ほう
Hole.
魔女様ならどうやって見せるってんだよ。お手並みを拝見してやろうじゃねえか。
バトラベアトリーチに口の利き方が存在。
よい愉快な男。それでこそ屈服させる楽しみが増すというもの。
そんなに俺につま先にキスをさせてえかよ。俺が降参したらな。だが見てろ、きっと俺がこのトリックを暴いて逆に
Very good, Battler. Very good.
キスさせてやるぜ。
愉快な
Delightful.
覚えておこうぜ。その約束。
So this banter is already pretty fantastic.
力を得るために悪魔の尻にキスをする。
Is that a thing? I think you just made that part up.
それを超える屈服の誓いはないから。そこまで言わせたからこそ、わらわはお前を屈服させてみたくなる。
Paying no mind to Battler's worthless ranting, Beatrice once again shook the golden pipe. That's right, that golden pipe was her precious magic cane.
さあさあおいでなさいな子供たち。我こそ煉獄の案内人。大罪を許せし七つの悔いをも
7 stakes. Guided by those magic words, which sounded like a command, 7 stakes gathered. They were the stakes of the 7 demons, symbolizing the deadly 7 sins of sinful people. That was a lot of
ベル
sins.
ゼブブにアスモデウス。さあさあ罪を許しなさい。罪人の魂を解放なさい。
うわっ。
The picks of Beelzebub and Asmodeus responded to Beatrice's call. The 2 stakes of the demons were sucked in through the crack of the door like billiard balls struck by a cue stick. Then several scattered noises refracted through the wall, making a sound like a woodpecker. And at the end, a pleasant sound could be heard. None of that sounded pleasant. Except the laugh, I guess. That was funny. It was a small, satisfying sound, like the one heard when someone is chopping firewood and the falling axe neatly and easily slices the wood. It was the sound of the 2 picks burying themselves deep into Eva and Hideyoshi's foreheads. Oh, we already heard the laugh earlier when, who was it? When Canon died. There definitely heard 2 sounds like a pair of foreheads being split open. Battler wasn't permitted to see it since he was on the other side of the door, but those 2 had died again, and this second time, they lay not an inch apart from where they had lain the last time, with the exact same blood splay as before.
バカ野郎。そんなめちゃくちゃで殺せてたまるかよ。
Nah, it's fine. They weren't real.
殺せるとも。このように殺せるとも。
Woo, 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 woo. We're back in purgatory. Suddenly, they were no longer in the hall, but seated at the tea party they had started from. Everyone but Battler was sidling meekly, but Canon was moaning, fresh blood dangling from his mouth. Oh, what a rude thing to do at a tea party. That's true. Don't bleed at my tea parties, please. Satan's stake was buried deep in the Canon's chest. Battler was the only one getting agitated. George, Jessica, Shannon, everyone else was meekly hanging their heads like students being yelled at by their teacher.
カノンはさまつな怒りにとらわれ、わらわの宴を乱そうとした。怒りにとらわれやすいのはお前の大罪。
Huh.
清め、悔いてやり直すがいい。
ベア 様
Got him killed all over again, that's right. Eva and Hideyoshi, too.
どうかお許しください。カノ君は十分に反省したと思います。
よいわらわは敬う者に寛大で
ふざけるな。こんな三本芝居で俺がお前の存在を認めると思うな。
It's all an act. It's all smoke and
何が千年を生
mirrors.
きた魔女だ。てめえのトリックなんざ千年じゃねえ。せいぜい100年程度のミステ
I
リー
can
界
read,
が
you
作った
know.
お約束の
I
累積
promise.
上に
I've
あ
read
るだけだ。
books.
魔法なんかじゃねえ。断じてねえ。次元の全ては人間とトリックで説明がつく。
我が千年を人間どもの100年で語るか。よいよい。だからこそ
She has a little thing, too, I noticed. I thought it was just an Ushiromiya family thing.
愚かなバトラ
よすんだバトラ君。ベアトリーチェ様に逆らっちゃいけない。
Shannon started moaning, holding her cheek. Maybe she had a toothache. But apparently it wasn't a toothache after all. A slight redness spread across the cheek Shannon was holding. It looked like that redness was causing Shannon unbearable pain. Her fingers were pressing in against her cheek and drops of sweat appeared all over her body.
シャロン
Not again!
シャロンしっかりしっかり。
どうしたってんだよ。くそ、なんなんだこりゃ。この赤いのは。
It expanded rapidly, covering half of Shannon's face. Then the stupid dunce battler finally realized.
頼むバトラ君。ベアトリーチェ様を信じてくれ。故障だから。君が信じないから。信じないから。
She's killing them all over again.
魔法が溶けてしまう。
Oh, I see. That was an extreme sound effect. For the first time in his life, Battler heard that sound, like a pomegranate splitting. The red spray even landed on Battler's face. Poor Shannon's face had been split in half, and her last horrible moments in that storehouse were repeated once again. Wow!
シャロンシャロン。うわ
くそくそ。やめろやめろやめろ。
Her head popped like a grape.
シャを恥ずかしめるな。シャを恥ずかしめるな。
This time, the redness spread across George's entire body. It was like the beautiful clown drawn by milk. Cloud drawn by milk when it's poured into black tea. It spread out and extended across his entire body. As it did, it seemed to give George increasingly greater pain. Looking at this bizarre spectacle, Battler was petrified as he frantically thought with his pitifully clumsy imagination about the nature of this strange death George and the rest were experiencing. Eventually, the redness reached the nearby Jessica as well. She doesn't look very red, but you'll just have to use the theater of the mind.
やめろやめろやめろ。兄貴が何をした。ジェシカが何をした。もうやめろ。
やめろ。
バトラ魔女なんかにくじけるんじゃ。
Oh, really? Saying that in the last moment?
否定しろ。ぶっ消してやれ。こいつは誰か一人でも否定する限り存在できない幻影なんだ。
大丈夫かジェシカ。
No, she's about to pop.
兄貴。
George was no longer recognizable as a human. He looked like the pile of leftover meat after the good, delicious meat has been scraped off to be cooked. The only thing that even resembled a human was the shape of his lower jaw and ribcage. And it was clear that Jessica, who was covered with a steadily strengthening redness, was approaching the same fate.
おお、バトラー、早くベアトリーチェを信じて。じゃないとみんなの魔法が解けてしまう。
Mahoga.
マリア。
Alright, let's kill the 9-year-old now. Let's kill the baby
わ
girl.
らわは魔法で全ての死者を蘇らす。でもお前が信じない限り、それは真の力を持たない。もっともお前ほどの男がこの程度のことで屈服することはある。
バトラー、私たちは身内を疑いたくなかった。現実から目をそらしたから魔女に屈してしまった。でもバトラなら
Battler, you're too stupid to do that.
バトラなら魔女になんか屈しない。
ジェシカ、ジェシカ。
Poor Jessica met the same end. Just like George, she ended up like a butcher's leftovers. George and Jessica were now so destroyed, melted, and mixed up, it was impossible to tell them apart.
バトラー、泣かないで。ベアトリーチェは死者を何度でも蘇らせてくれるよ。だから悲しくないよ。だから死んでも平気。
The redness began eating into the whole of Maria's body. The foolish battler watched and screamed. What? Why is the music suddenly going so hard? Hang on.
何が魔女だ、何が魔法だ。俺は全身全霊をかけてお前を否定してやるぞ。何が何でもてめえを認めるわけにはいかねえ。俺をここまで敵に回しやがった以上、絶対にて
Based.
めえだけは
You know what?
許さね
I support spite as a motivating instinct.
え。許さねえ、許さねえ、絶対許さねえ。
Yurusane!
よくもこの後ろ宮バトラーを敵に回しやがった。何が何でも貴様を否定してやるぞ。どんな不可解だろうと全部人間で説明してやる。てめえをこの世から細胞のひとかけらまで残さず消し去ってやる。
よくぞ言ったぞバトラと。
It's battling time, that's right. We're battling right now.
それでこそ
He's always
我が
battler.
千年の退屈も紛れるという。さあ説明するがいい。人間とトリックとやらで
Ningen Torik.
説明してみせるがいい。そして人間の身の程を知るがいい。我が千年に人間どもが気づいたとかいう100年で太刀打ちできるか試してみるがいい。それでこそお前を屈服させる楽しみが増すというもの。
Yeah, he did yell that it was battling time and battled all over.
さあ聞こうバトラとマリアの手紙は6人の殺し方はシャッター
Shut the.
レシートの封印はチェーンの密室はカノンのボイラー室は源氏たちの
There's a lot of questions. Can we take these one at a time?
夏日の自殺は碑文の謎は隠された黄金のありかは。
Woo!
さあバトラとやら人間の力を見せてもらおうではないか。
Wow. Oh, okay, what? There's the Evangelion text, alright. I guess that's the end of the tea party. Hey, that's me. The real Umineko begins now! That's the end of the tea party. I'm surprised we get Evangelion text as our reward. It's like the same font almost. I don't know, are these people who worked on the game? I'm assuming that's what these are. These are credits. I think Columbo would solve Umineko, like, in the first chapter. Bam! I'm sure someone has to have written Columba Neko now. Addition of new elements, question marks, has been added. You can find this new feature on the title screen. Oh boy, more things. What? Just, one more thing. Alright, what are the question marks? Welcome to the tea party of those who are not human. Oh my god, there's still more? How much more is there? This is shorter? Okay. Wow. Hi, Beatrice. I wish I also had the power to PowerPoint transition from place to place. Hey, this is Fieldskin. I've seen you on Twitter a lot. I should check characters? Alright. Okay, Beatrice, the Golden Witch who has lived for 1,000 years. She has surpassed the limits of humans and, like demons, will sometimes appear in response to this. Okay, this is the same. It says the same thing. Why? It's fun. I can do stuff in characters? Execute. Oh. What a useless team to try to kill me, despite being a mere human. Fire your bullets and they will merely reflect back towards you like the light off a mirror. However, there does exist just one way to kill me. You hold that method in the palm of your hand, though I doubt one as mediocre as you could ever pull it off. Resurrect. Oh, it just says the same thing. Alright. Burn Castle. There's more witches. Yeah, they mentioned this. They mentioned there being more witches. She's Nui in Kill la Kill? Nice. That's cool. Lamb the Delta? What? That's not a name, those are just Greek letters. Wow. Teleporting from chase to place. Okay, now I can look at Baron Castle. She's so scrunkly. The Witch of the Fragments, who has lived 1,000 years. It is said that she lives in a world where the concepts of fate and possibilities can be visualized. She observes the fate of humans and sometimes interferes. In other words, sometimes she is you, and sometimes she is your only friend. Understand? She likes wine and spicy foods. She hates boredom and people who never learn. She just looks slightly to the left. By constantly continuing to think, I will live forever. In other words, if I were to stop thinking, I could die at any time. However, once I start thinking again, I can also revive at any time. That's why I'm fickle and whimsical. I live as I please, I die as I please, and revive as I please. Alright, that's alright. Oh yeah, I got a pachinko hair. I don't know, that's really funny looking. Without fail.
しかしこの世に必ずは存在しない。1をいくら割ろうとも決してゼロにはできぬように。あの子はそれを限りなくゼロに近づけ、
I
限
see.
りなく絶対を生み出す力を持つ。あんな恐ろしい魔女と戦うには二度とごめんよ。
しかしそなたはゼロでない限り必ず成就させる力を持つ。この世に必ずは存在しない
The reverse power.
今日ご自身が必ずの力をお持ちでおられる。恐ろしい恐ろしい。
Wow.
一人を無限に殺す。
Why do they keep doing this?
私はあなたの方が恐ろしいけれど。
ご冗談を。そなたから見ればこんなのはさまつな力。褒めても何も出ぬとはまさにこのこと。
世辞は滞在日替わり。私はかけらを渡り退屈から逃れ続ける逃亡の旅人。
You always look pretty bored
あなた
though.
が面白そうなことを始めたと聞いたからやってきただけのこと。あなたが面白くなくなったら勝手に出ていくからご心配なく。
大ベルンカステル教にご降覧いただけ。このベアトリーチェ、強越至極に存じるぞ。
Oh boy, we've entered the extremely chuny dialogue zone where they're talking about like infinite certainty and possibility in ones and zeros.
ご感想。
ラムダデルタはとても残酷で恐ろしいけれど理解できる子だ。
References to characters who have not appeared
あな
yet.
たは一見慈しみがあるけれども全く理解できない。だからあの子よりずっと恐ろしい。
The dissolve is supposed to represent swarms of golden butterflies dissolving and reforming into the witches. Oh, okay. Sure, I'll use my theater of the mind on that one.
気まぐれなのは我が勝利。許すがいい。それに気まぐれなるサイの目に運命を託すはベルンカステル教も好まれることだったので。
Magic is all gambling, as we've learned. Wow.
私はサイを振るときはっきりと出したい目がある。あなたとは違う。でもあなたにとってはすべての目があなたの手のひらを出ない。そしてどの目であってもあなたの期待
Schrodinger's dice.
サイコロが何の目を見せようとも必ずあなたは満足する。その意味においてあなたは私をはるかに凌駕する。あなたとだけは戦いたくないわ。あなたの中にはゼロしかない。だから私の力ではあなたから勝機を得られない。最悪な相性よ。ラムダデルタなら逆に相性がいいのかしら。あなたの無限を
Now,
殺せるで
no,
しょうか
now Lambda Delta, now she could beat your ass. Not me, though.
やはり紅茶を飲むなら魔女とに限る。退屈しない。
ならよかったね。退屈は私を殺す唯一の毒なの。
You know what? I can relate to that. I don't like being bored either.
私を殺さないでね。無限の魔女ベアトリーチェ卿。
それがお望みならこのベアトリーチェ、さらに
ベア
楽しませて
トリーチェ
お見せしましょう。ならすぐにでも次のチェス盤をお持ちした方が
More
よろしい。
chess! Yes! I love chess metaphors.
そなたにはどうも紅茶よりも次なる物語の方がおかわりにふさわしいらしい。しばし待たれる。
Wow!
あなたも厄介なのに好かれたようね。
I don't know, just the pause and then her looking slightly to the left was really funny.
力を貸してあげたいのは山々だけれど。聞いた
Wait,
のか
wait, is she talking to
あの
me,
子
the
の
reader?
力と私の力では相性が悪いの。おあいにくね。
I think that's what's going on. Is this the meta part of the story?
だから少しだけ力を貸してあげるわ。
Ah,
まずあの子
or is she like talking to Battler?
ベアトリーチェという名の存在を持っているけれど、だからといって
What, like it's a title?
一個体
Beatrice is a
の女性とは
title?
限らない意味がわかる。つまりあれは人間の誰かじゃない。
Nope, these are the only two.
この世界のルールが擬人化した存在だということ。
Her existence is a personification of the rules of this
あ
world.
の
Oh
子を
boy.
倒すには
We're deep in the
この世界
metaphorical
の
shit
ルールを
now.
暴き、それを解きほぐさなければならない。それは例えるならルールを知らないチェスを観
I
戦し
see.
ながら学んでいくようなもの。まずはチェス盤を見渡しなさい。
Well, I can't. It's just a JPEG.
そして駒の動きと役割に気づきな
I
さい。
see.
そしてあの子のゲームの勝利条件を探りなさい。それらが暴けた時、そこにあの子の心臓がさらけ出される。あとは引き裂くも握りつぶすも思いのまま。
Interesting. Wow.
私も気前がいいわね。かつて人の身だった頃、私はたったこれだけのことを気づくのに。
I feel like I can accomplish it in a lot less time.
これはベアトに囚われた哀れなあなたへ
ビート
のささやかな選別。さながら一本のスプーン。スプーンはスープを飲むのに使うだけじゃ
I guess that is true.
あなたを閉じ込める赤狼を掘り抜き、魔女の目玉をえぐる武器にもなる。もちろん永遠の赤狼の中で水のようなスープを延々とすすり続けるのにも使えるだろうけど、勘違いしないでほしいのは、私は
Oh,
あなたの味方
you're
のつもり
breaking
は
up.
ないということ。あなたに感情移入はするけれど、あなたの手助けはしない。あなたがテレビの前でその向こうの人物にいくらエールを送っても
She's telling you not to go in that door.
だから私が魔女だってわかるでし
That doesn't make any sense, Phil. I've never been owned.
ょ。私
Yeah, she's just a Twitch
ベア
chat,
トが
yes.
これから紡ぐ無限の物語を飽きるまで楽しむつもり。
Burncastle just like posting PogChamp over and over when Battler makes a mistake.
でもきっとそれじゃ飽きちゃうから。だから
あなたに力を貸すの。私が飽きない
リート。
ため。私は世界で一番残酷な魔女なの。どんな相手でも絶対に屈服させる。無限の魔女ベアトリーチェであってもね。お前は私の駒よ。
I'm no one's game piece. Thank you.
せいぜい頑張りなさい。あの子の目を盗んで時折助言を与えるわ。私を退屈させないでね。
Wow. She's gone. All right, is there anything else? I think we're okay. I don't think we're unlocking any more unhinged moments. Addition to a new game board, the next episode's lock has been removed. Addition of new features. You can find these new features on the title screen. Oh boy, more. Okay, what is this now? Oh, it's just the tip screen. Okay. It's just the episode 1 tips. Oh, we can look at the, yeah, the game record. The 7 stakes of Purgatory. Okay, I guess this is new. The Winchester M1894 Sawed-Off. A sawed-off custom version of a rifle manufactured during the golden age of Winchesters. This special model more than makes up for its shorter lethal range by its portability and old-time cool factor. It can even be fired as quickly as a pistol if one works the lever action skillfully enough. Furthermore, any true lover of old Western dramas can't help but be attracted to the one-handed reload made possible by its characteristic lever handle. To match with Kinzo's personal preferences, it was made to handle .45 long Colt bullets. It holds 4+1 rounds. The 7 stakes of Purgatory. You can't actually one-handed reload a lever-handle gun. You will break your arm. I mean, the Terminator can do it, so it seems realistic. Stakes containing the 7 magics that represent the 7 deadly sins. In accordance with their users' orders, they bury themselves into the desired location of the target with perfect accuracy. Because they flit about at ultra-high speeds and change their trajectories. Wait, these are just funnels! At will, by bouncing off walls and the like, they have no blind spots and will hit their targets without fail, no matter what form of cover they might be hiding behind. Furthermore, it is possible to change the force they hit with spending on the part of the body at which they strike. Arnold nearly broke his hand doing that. That is funny, though. It's a prop gun he spins. I still think it's... I understand it is not realistic, but however, it is funny. They are extremely powerful weapons, but they cannot target pure people who have not committed one of the 7 deadly sins or people who have a strong resistance to magical power. Okay, so you can't use funnels on Battler. And I can resurrect. Interesting. I can just do this whenever I want to read them both now? That's interesting. Oh, Burncastle isn't on here anymore. I guess she's not part of the game board. Okay. Well, oh, the screen changed too. Episode 2, Turn of the Golden Witch, will be started next week. So that'll be fun. We did a lot tonight. I wasn't expecting those 2 things, the Tea Party and the Tea Party among humans and the Tea Party among those who are not human. That was interesting. Thank you everybody so much for watching. It was a lot of fun. I really appreciate everybody showing up, and I really appreciate the raid from Gigaboots and all the follows that ensued. Thank you so much, everybody. For those who are interested, tomorrow I will be playing some Melty Blood, classic Melty Blood, Actress Again current code, not type Lumina. For those not in the know, the Rose Rabbit Army has a private Melty Blood lobby. This is through the program known as Concerto, which was created by an ally of mine, Shibu Rizu. So basically, you can purchase a private lobby, and you can hop in there whenever you want. It's leaked in the Discord, so I'm going to link that in the chat. So if you are a fan of Melty Blood, you can just hop in there and play whenever you want. In fact, including next night. Tomorrow night, I'll be playing some of that. So that's how we'll be playing. We'll be using Concerto's lobby system and the rollback provided by the fan-made port of Melty Blood. I will be learning Ryogi Shiki because I watched the Kara no Kyokai movies recently and I thought Ryoki was a cool girl boss and I wanted to play her in that game. So be sure to follow me on Twitter, join the Discord, and follow the YouTube if you want to catch all the VODs and the streams you might miss. As you should. It's your duty. You have no choice, actually. You should do everything I say. And also praise my very existence. Thank you for watching, though. And we're going to go raid Voxandra, who is... what is she playing? What is Voxandra playing? What was she cooking? She's playing Castlevania Order of Ecclesia. So that's cool. Order of Ecclesia is a great Castlevania game, and I hope you all enjoy watching her. So thank you again, Gigaboots, for the raid. And thanks everybody for following. I'll see you tomorrow for some fun Melty Blood action, where I'll be playing with viewers in the lobby. Good night.